Fuck you. Hi, Duck, as well. Welcome in. Right, let me adjust this. It's going to do my head in otherwise. And we are live in all places, and people are just filtering back in. I'm really sorry that you got fucked. We got fucked. CIA came down my wire again and said no, that's illegal. Okay. I have no us in paradise. Graffiti on the walls. Graffiti on the walls. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. I'm here. I'm a floating head again. Welcome in, everyone. I'm so sorry that it was GCHQ. Fuck you. Fuck you, GCHQ. You ain't gonna stop me from saying this. Ooh, up the rah, say ooh, up the rah. Ooh, up the rah, say ooh, up the rah. Which is a song that has no politic. No politic. No politic. No politic. At all, funnily enough. Okay. Mushroom. Thank you so much. Indeed, I agree, Badges. Sneak hiking.
What are you going to get out of this?
I love you, Pitbully. Pitbully. King, Queen, the Emperor, don't know your pronouns, of the studs. I salute you. Hi, love. I hope you're okay. What happened to the bird the other day? Okay. I've apologized enough. Oh my god, it's the mosques.
Duck Authority just activated.
Let's do Bandle, and then let's do crappy music vote. So, thank you, folks. Sorry, all over the place this morning. I do have to stream and try and make some money today as well, because I am not streaming until Saturday now. And I'm worried all my stats are going to get completely fucked. But the hope is, I guess I've applied to join those Twitch guilds that are like literally specifically to try and champion women and queer people. So, and I'm both. I forgot that I could join the disabled one as well, and I probably should have, but I'll ask once I either get admitted or don't. Into the Twitch Pride thing. And then hopefully that just like boosts you. I've applied. I have been meaning to do it for fucking ages. It is like the actual team thing that Twitch has. I just eventually got around to it because I'm pretty sure I'm just like trying to work the algorithm in it, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, we're back. We're stable. We are good to go. So we're going to start with a couple of games, and you can vote on things as well. Coffee. And I can try capitals of Africa. Why don't we do it without me giving you the chance to vote for channel points? Because I don't know how good I'm going to be at that. I know like random things like Ouagadougou and stuff is Burkina Faso. Otherwise, I think I'm going to really struggle at finding African capitals. But Magamba. Okay, I will. What should I give you the opportunity? I will give you the opportunity right now. Just do I get Bandle? Do I get the Bandle? Yes or no? Yes, simple. Yes or no? No within certain amounts or blah 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 blah. Do I get Bandle? Yes or no? Just a small little bit of Gamba, please. Just a little bit of Gamba to satisfy the urge. Right. I will give you this option now. Because I'll be learning. Maybe you can get free stuff at Greg's. What free stuff could I get at Greg's? Okay, Bandle. Bandle bitch. Is I a Bandle bitch? Yes or no? Start prediction. This name is not compliant with our content guidelines. You're sexist. Twitch, by stopping me being sexist in a self-ironic way. Vegan. Sausage roll. Vegan. Honestly, I do love a sausage roll. I'm not the biggest fan of Greg's. When I was working as a carer, I used to get Greg's because it was like just easy. But like it's not very nutritious, is it, as food goes? As food goes, I feel we could be doing better for ourselves. So there is a prediction, guys. Do I get Bandle? It's just do I get it? Yes or not. And then we're gonna try. We are going to try. Me getting the African capitals, which it's a work in progress. Then we're going to start with politics. No, we're going to do crappy music. Then we'll start with politics. There's so much stuff to go over today. What would you folks like to start with, by the way? The helly? One sec. Not Greg's unsub. How much help can we offer? You can offer help. Don't worry. You will see the tag back. Thank you for asking, though. Backseat gaming is allowed. So yeah. Bandle is a game where I'll put it up now, but I have to guess the music. Top prosecutor of Trump's boat strikes got killed in the street. Lol. Get fucked, America. That's funny. Absolutely get wrecked. We have stuff on Cuba, and I can do a little talk about. I know that Struggle 4 is going to Cuba again. And we could do a little section on that. Trying to understand what's going on in Cuba. Looking in with Palestine. There's some stuff on Burkina Faso. And then the section I wanted to discuss RFK and for-profit medicine. So it depends. Also, Phoenix has shared some stuff with us on the addiction side of phones, of which I'm really addicted to my phone. Really fucking addicted. To the point where I need to put my phone away from myself if I go for a walk, or I'll just be on my phone. But when I play Pokemon Go, I want to play Pokemon Go. So I don't know. Anyway, you guys have voted. Let's try. I have no idea what it's going to be like. No, thank you. Oh, shit. Wait. Motherfucking Black Eyed Peas. Is it Black Eyed Peas? That's Black Eyed Peas. Black Eyed. No. My humps. Meet me halfway. Go. Oh. It's not. Oh, it's Beyonce. It could be all the single ladies. It's got that. Mr. DJ, when you want to put it on. That's Rihanna? Mr. DJ, hold on, let's try. Oh. Oh, duck. Could you send over some info about that? That's crazy. I think it's Rihanna. 2005. Was that 2005? Mr. DJ. Have I spelled Rihanna right there? Shine bright like a diamond. Work umbrella. Ponder replay. Yeah. Yep. Awesome. Right. We have another chance for you folks to vote on things. I'll give you your points in a second. So, don't worry, you'll have 2 minutes to do this as well. Thank you everyone who believed in me. Fuck the haters. You have the option to vote. Is this crappy music? Very bad. Just bad. Not bad at all. You'll have 3 minutes, so we'll start now. Okay, we are going to start with This Damn Heat by this man here. That's an interesting style choice. I'll just say that.
Man.
What?
Man. I was just asked for Sunny and 75.
What the fuck?
I've to deal with all this today.
Where is he James Earl Jones when he's talking?
They're trying to cut the grass when I'm already sweating so bad. Sweating so bad. I'm out here for only 10 minutes, and I'm already getting that swamp ass.
Swamp ass? No way.
Living too much about that damn rain, people, but I need it to cool.
Okay.
Under this full is heat, under this the sweat from my head down to my feet. The crank of the AC.
It's not much of a hook though, is it? Okay. Swamp ass ballad.
If I had a freeze to get me out of this heat.
What have you guys voted? Not bad at all. Okay, we've got someone needs to vote. It's split between very there we go. People are saying very bad.
Ain't too high for me. Where's the clouds at? I need a wind come my way.
I need it with this. This is very relatable though. This is very relatable.
Under this full is heat. Under this.
Genuinely, I'm picking up about 3. Oh, we gave this. People loved this music. This is my favorite so far though. Actually, Pew Pew. That was my favorite. Pew Pew, Pew 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 rap. Pew pew. 10 out of 10. That was my favorite by far. Okay, What did people vote then for? What's his name? Bobo. I don't know his name. You voted. Oh man. Okay, it's a tie between the two extremes. I'm gonna override democracy and pick just bad. I'm gonna override democracy. Democracy is an illusion. Let this be a lesson to you all. What's this? Okay, we'll try this. Not even funny, terrible. I can't.
Word causes money to flow, start grinding. Can be silent when words start packing. Feel like a swing.
Hello? Oh.
G is what I am.
Okay. Okay. I'll give you a chance to vote. We should do 2 minutes though. Okay, hold on. Let me give you a chance to vote. That is funny. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's when my girlfriend doesn't call me back. Okay. Let me give you the chance to vote. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. I totally overrided democracy there. Crappy music. Very bad. Bad. Not bad at all. My favorite so far is still Pew Pew. I love that track. Pew Pew. Okay. The poll is up. The poll is up.
G is what I am. So H out of my old friends. J every night cause I'm getting high. K more like K bye. L no, I don't take those. I got M's all in my N a word I can't say. OMG, he don't play.
Lesbian. Cat girl Steph wants you to know they love you.
Hi, Steph.
P stands for
Fuck off. Fuck off. This is a meme, right?
R stands for all these racks of cigarettes cause I'm smoking packs. To tug me like a small boat, you know me cause I do the most. V card, I still got that.
This is great.
W's and more steps. My exes, they be crying, keep asking me why them. ZZZ, how I sleep. I gotta let my mind rest. That's all, that's the alphabet. My twisted mind is the alphabet. I'm crazy, I'll do numbers next. God's number one, so stay.
Eminem has so much to fucking answer for, okay?
G is what I am, so H out of my old friends. J every night cause I'm getting
White rap.
K more like
What's
K.
his name?
Hell no, I don't take those. I got N.
Sauce Johnson. Jesus Christ.
I can't say OMG, he don't play. P stands for penis.
Fuck off. P stands for penis. I don't believe you, you bastards. Not bad at all. I'm right there with you guys. I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. Okay. Right.
Why them? ZZZ, how I sleep. I gotta let my mind rest. That's all, that's the alphabet. My twisted mind is the alphabet. I'm crazy, I'll do numbers next. God's number one, so stay blessed.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. So there's loads to do today. There's loads to do. I'm gonna grab a drink though. I'm gonna grab a drink. So get a drink. P is for penis. Yeah, we should do that. I'm glad I reset. Thank you for bearing with me as I reset my stream. Because yeah, it was really laggy and it's not laggy now. So I think it was worth it. Thank you for holding out for me. Thanks. We'll take a look at this as well. That's it. I'll be back in a sec. Thank you for bearing with me. Bear. Sorry. I also just got my disability letter and they're not giving me disability. I will take them to court though. This bitch does not give up and I need help. And fuck you, government. Absolutely get fucked. Literally contributed more to... I hope you get it. I had to do this before. I had to take them to court. To be honest, it's like just the way... This is how... Oh my god, it's so easy to get disability. This is how easy it is. I just told you I spent all of yesterday completely bedridden, like unable to walk and stuff. And like, as you know, I have to sit like this or I literally can't sit. I'm so ill. If I spend a day sitting at a desk, I'll pass out. And they're like, yeah, but like, have you considered that you're a liar? And I'm like, just get fucked. At this point, like, just fucking die in a hole. Like, you are terrible people. All you do is like limit disabled people's access to the support that they need. And I hope that you rest at night knowing that you bring nothing but misery to people. And last time when I took them to court, the people... So you have doctors basically who assess your case and they're like on your side. And they determine stuff. And the doctors were like, you've been treated appallingly. I cried for all of it. Yeah, they can get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. They basically hope that people give up. That's what they do. They hope that people give up. And that they just won't like challenge and won't go through the stress because it's like it's so dehumanizing, the entire process. But I will not give up. Okay. New evidence. Prosecutor investigating the US boat strikes and claims on June 14th a hitman aboard a black motorcycle opened fire on Bravo as she and her sister were leaving a cafe at about 11. Her sister, who jumped to protect her, was killed in the attack. Jesus. Found 5 9mm shell casings, but no sign of the police detail that had been assigned to protect her. It's an inside job, brother. Crazy that refusal rates are so high, yet losing so often in court appeals over the decision. They are just like, we won't give you anything. Like I have like literally on paper one of the worst disabilities you can have. And they're like, fuck you. Get fucked. Have you considered that you're a cunt? And under Ecuador's right-wing president, they've become it's a US-backed dictator. Okay, it literally was an inside job. And they don't care. And we got to keep this in mind when we think of Venezuela and Cuba. And Honduras. And Honduras. Why is there this weird filter? Oh, they're looking through. Right. That was really confusing. Okay. Ex-military colonel who's critical of Trump. There's a couple. The thing is, so those guys are useful in terms of explaining SOPs, standard operating procedures, and like what's working and what isn't in terms of the conflict with Iran. Not a lot's working, by the way. But the wider picture, because they're not grounded in like a good political philosophy, they often slip into like just fucking conspiracy theory stuff, because they often, you find these military folks will be like able to tell you the specifics, and that's really useful in terms of like, this is breaking protocol, this isn't like this is like this is like blah 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 blah. And then when it comes to like how and why, by the way, it's just like the interest of the rich. That's it. That's America. The interests of the rich, which is maintained by literally the national security agenda, which is just colonialism explicitly. Trump's like, I'm doing a colonialism. All these countries belong to me. It's for our national security. Doug has not said anything I disagree with. Could you send him over? I'm willing to watch. Whilst we're on this topic. And offer, I guess, like a wider analysis if he fails to do so. Because on Ray K's stream, we watched Daniel Davis, who, again, he's a colonel as well, actually, I think. And he is able to offer insight. But when it comes down to it, like, it's just limited in its scope. Okay, so Iran has announced that it will strike the world's most important energy facilities located in Arab countries and Israel, all within range of Iran's precision missiles, in response to any new US and Israeli strikes. So the Ghawar oil field, Saudi Arabia, which is the backbone of Saudi production, it would put 5% of the world's oil supply at risk. Yeah, Iran are like, we will murder you. You're trying to kill us. You are a complete existential threat to us. They're doing America basically a good thing, I suppose, in being like, giving them a heads up. It's like, if you do this, because this has happened before when there was a site that Trump was like, okay, we have to stop bombing for a bit. Like, if they bomb this, we're completely fucked. So it's happened a couple of times that Iran are like, stop or we'll kill you, and then they kill them because Iran is winning this conflict. And it's probably a conflict that America can't win in the ways that it wants to, which is very funny. But still incredibly sad for the civilians who've been murdered by Americans, as per usual. How to nuke the region and the world economy without using a nuke. Yeah, exactly. And they are still worried about that, Stephen. Like, Trump has won a couple of, experts and strategists and advisors who are like, you will fucking murder us all if you do this. Like, this is too much. And he listens to that, you know? The scary part is that the conflict is not over and they might go full ground war. If they do that, I still don't think that's likely, but we can entertain that. Many American troops will die. And that will be like, you will see basically huge backlash in America. We have many Americans in chat who are internationalists, and I commend you for that. And I commend you for caring about the Iranian people who are being attacked by America. Yusuf, welcome in. At this point, I don't like either party. They're both contributing to rising energy costs. Iran did not start this. I think that it is unfair to critique Iran for using the playing cards that it has to keep itself alive and exist against an aggressive American state. Like, it is America's fault. It is absolutely America's fault. Nobody started this conflict but America, the American regime. Hi, Ferret. Morning, my love. They don't care who dies, and Israel would be very happy about Americans dying in Iran. I think that, so you don't have huge geographically flat territories leading up to the central cities. You have like some of the largest mountainous regions in the world that would be really hard to get troops over. Like, think about the strategic fight for the Khyber Pass in Afghanistan. That, but the whole country. Many troops would die. Many would get slaughtered en masse. Thank you, Spartan. A ground invasion of Iran would be a bloodbath. Hi, Chris. Can we get a shouty for Chris as well? Of course, it's America's fault, but the outcome has affected the entire world. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a legit recession. I agree. Salut. Welcome in, Dart. I enjoyed winding down with your stream yesterday. I posted on my Discord. I was like, I'm watching our new French friend, who is currently smoking a cigarette and watching existential cartoons. It's like, this is the most quintessentially French thing I can think of. Welcome in, my friend. Lovely to have you back as well. Folks, Dart is speaks in French, is multilingual, but it is a French stream. And my beginner, je suis une débutante avec le français. My beginner French, I could just about pick out stuff. It could be a good place if you're learning French or if you're a beginner or intermediate to get settled in. But when it got to like complicated topics, I'm like, like, but yeah. And a socialist, a French socialist. French is a very beautiful language. I've told everyone this story, but I had a Congolese partner when I lived in South Africa for a bit, and she could have told me to rot and die in a cupboard in French, and I just melted. I was like, oh my god, you're so hot. Please say sweet nothings into my ear. You know, I tried to adapt yesterday and do some Franglish. Thank you very much. Yes, no, please, when I come into your chat in the future, please don't feel like you have to speak English, because it's your stream and I respect your space, and it's a French speaking stream. So please, like, I'll probably lurk a bit, but like, please do speak French. And I'm really interested to learn about French socialism, because you guys have socialist and communist parties that are better than here, that's for sure. Knowing other languages is very useful. I need to get back into learning Chinese as well. In Lady French, yeah. I actively hate you and wish your demise. And I'm like, oh my god, you're so pretty. It was ridiculous, guys. She's like smoking a motherfucking cigarette, being like blah 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 at me, and I'm like, yes, oui. Oui. Yeah. Life, love, and the beauty of it all. Okay, back to war. Back to war. Yeah, the point being, Iran has, so we look and extend solidarity to Venezuela, and we understand that the condition that Venezuela is in at the moment is because they don't have a large military that was able to defend their interests. Sadly, it's not a critique insofar that countries do the best that they fucking can, and America is a very large military power. Even though it's kind of showing its ass in this conflict, it has like huge destroyers and the capacity to launch invasions. Venezuela, if we talk about geography, because geography plays into conflict a substantial amount, to the point where it dictates actually strategy. literally Iran is like, here is 8 billion mountains. We're on the other side. Good fucking luck, lads. You know? And has more localized regional support in the terms of Russia and China. Venezuela is the other side of the world. It is a strip in which the majority of the population is the coastal region. So if you have loads of aircraft, destroyers, and navy ships, you can launch invasions in ways that are not detrimental to your military relatively easily if there is not like a impenetrable wall of fucking missiles. And Venezuela didn't have that. It had some, and they people did try to put up like a fight, and unfortunately people were murdered by America. But it is, we think about scale, Iran is like, I got like 8 billion fucking missiles hidden in my mountains, and just Venezuela doesn't have that capacity, you know? I was thinking about that, Dar, and that worries me as well. So the midterms are coming up. The Democrats, the normcore Democrats are like, don't do war this way though. We hate Iran but different. That old winner, that chestnut. How are the Democrats going to fully challenge this in the midterms? So, I've asked some of the larger American streamers about this. There was some... I don't think the DSA's impact really, like, nationally is actually quite small. We're only talking 1 or 2 places, you know? The vast majority of the Democrats are the DNC supported cunts, right? Oh my god, guys, do you remember last week when I did the section on the DSA and we were talking about Rosa Luxemburg, and I was like, you need to get like you need to build a long-term strategy where you absolutely decouple yourself from the Democrats. And we have some friends, you know, on the left who are like, nope, fuck it. They want their ML parties or revolutionary parties. And I think that these things can work together. For now. In the future, Rosa Luxemburg got killed. If you are a genuine threat to capitalism, they will try and kill you. I don't think we're at that part yet, though. I raided on one of the other places, the green place that I raid into, that I stream on. And I raided into a guy who was like, the DSA are threats to liberalism. And I'm like, yeah, and I love it. And like, you know, when you get hit with like people, I told you, because I've been watching that video with Destiny, who's a genuinely like the most debate bro coded wanker ever. But they're like, they see them as a threat. And I listened to a conversation with them, and like everyone was coming at me in the chat like, fuck you, you fucking commie. And I was like, lol, 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 lol. I was like, yeah, DSA is popular. Socialism's increasing in popularity. All that you can offer people is the status quo of like horrific capitalism. And the people who already bought into that are GOP now, because they're like, fuck it. If I'm going to have a fascism, I'll go for the fascism. It's wild, isn't it, Amaru? Like, and I guess it confirmed what people were saying from like across the political spectrum on the left of socialists. Like, we have our nuances and our differences internally. We do. I've made how I approach that clear. It's going to come up with some reading later when we look into Cuba, actually. Like, I view like people on the left as friends though, and I view them as people that we fight alongside. But everybody who's a lib, like, just, we are an amorphous blob of like socialists. And like people just kept on being like, the Dems will throw you out, and I'm like, I'm fucking a Britbonger. I don't actually ultimately give a shit. I pray for the day that America collapses so that other countries can have a place to fucking resist fully. But I do support my friends in America and the DSA. I support basically DSA, PSO, like that whole block of people. And they're like, they'll throw the DSA out. And I'm like, good. I fucking hate the Dems. The Dems are shit. And good luck. Good luck with AOC. Oh my god. They're like, AOC's a communist who's gonna steal who's crazy. She's crazy. She's gonna offer people job security and stuff. And I'm like, good luck with that, by the way. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. But like, they are like hyper electoralism focused. And they're very short term. And these are the places that I went into before. And it's like, I was like, Plantner's a cunt. And you're all wrong, and go fuck yourself. They're sure quiet now that all of us on the left have been proved to be right. They're like, they've just decided in their head that Plattner was actually left wing because they didn't look at his policies like we did here. I don't know. These people are crazy to me. Imagine being a lib political streamer. I mean, there are many out there. So I don't debate, and I've done this before. I've brought a conservative onto streams, and it's like, it was a really bad stream. I actually hated it. But I could happily have a discussion with a lib, particularly because like I'm not, or somebody that's like, I'm a centrist. I'm like, okay, so whatever, you haven't settled on a political philosophy. Here's where I think you should settle on socialism. But the problem with that is like, you have to start with like the absolute basics. Like people arguing with you things like, actually, sweetie, I think you'll find that human beings are inherently selfish. Checkmate. Libs. And I'm like, that's really hard when you have to start from first principles. Like that person genuinely thinks that they did a thing, and I probably can't convince that person because they're very, I'm trying not to say stupid, but they are like colossally misinformed and de-radicalized and programmed into like the most basic, like baby-brained way of thinking about human society. Yeah. Good luck, Democrats, with your like radical centrism. Like, people don't even want girl boss genocide anymore, you know? It's called being a conservative liberal. Exactly. America is collapsing as we speak. The financial situation is absolutely bad behind the scenes. Just look at US government bonds. I am very doom-pilled when it comes to the... Do people know what I mean when I say the K economy? It applies to both America and Britain. Whether it applies to France, Dart will tell you. I don't know. Do you understand what I mean when I say the K economy? Like, as a principle, do you get what I mean? Ketamine, less fun. Not as fun as ketamine, sadly. Okay, I will take that as a no. I'll explain it now. We are tangenting. I meant to the one above, ideas and discussion is better than debate drama. I completely agree. That's the thing. You have to find. I have to find people who have the same level of an audience and are streamers as well. So a small but growing audience, and they have to, because you can't just bring anyone on because they'll just like swear and try and get you. They'll do like a fucking hate crime and get your account blocked. They have to have something to lose as well, if that makes sense. Key economy, they're small economies with tiny engines. No. It's a super basic principle in terms of explaining to people basically class. MS Paint, we're bringing out the MS Paint. Folks, did we get, just whilst we're here, sorry, I can't see mods, so I apologise if you have done this. Did we get shouties for Dart and Chris the Nerd TV and anyone else that I'm thinking of, including you, Leona, who streams? That was a key truck. Oh my god, sorry. I was just thinking, I'm not a truck lesbian, I'd be a motorcycle lesbian. And then I thought, this has seared a memory into my brain forever. I saw a post on Reddit in like a lesbian community, and they were like, I just need somebody to know this weekend I went to a dyke bar and like 2 lesbians on motorcycles picked me up and banged me, like pegged me. And I just like was really grumpy, like, I'm so happy for you, go fuck yourself. Like everyone was like, I'm so happy for you, that sounds great, you know? Live your life, queen. Sounds amazing. It's so cute. It's cute. Thank you so much, Leona. Thank you. Including yourself. You fabulous human being, you. Whilst I'm here, I know you'll get shy, but like, Leona, you are a very precious human being, and do not change the things about you that make you great. Have you ever buzzed your hair? Yes, I have. Because I don't want to talk about it anymore. I did chemo and my hair was falling out, so I buzzed it all off. I wanted to look like Sinead O'Connor. I look like a fascist. That would make a cute mobile home. I think it's just not going to be big enough on the back, Spartan. I don't think you could even make a day camper out of that, to be honest. TBH. Okay, so the K economy is super simple. I know, I got you. When you sent me the message the other day, it made me cry, but in a good way, and I like really appreciate your friendship. I really do. I like didn't know how to say it at the time, but it was like exactly what I needed to hear. And I appreciate you greatly. There are campers? So, super simple. Super simple. Okay. I think we've done this before. So, what is important is you have to understand that both of these tie into the value of the dollar, that then ties into someone's, if you're American, your wage, and how much it is worth, and savings, and things like interest on loans that you've taken out, whether that be student loans and stuff. And that is important, but this is important as well. Stonks, equity. It's a better way of saying it. Asset capture. So this is important, as this is a feature really of like all stages of capitalism. But the point being, this is like becoming like really cemented in what we can call late stage capitalism. So it's not that it's unique. I've known that as the scissor. No comment. But yeah, whatever you want to call it. Here's the rich. If we take their wealth independently of the value of the dollar, the point being, things like AI stocks are just, like, they are not based in reality at all. it is a feedback loop of different companies buying each other's chips and renting different kinds of space in order to produce value in terms of selling AI and stuff that's coming back around, and then trying to get more, but it's not making enough money to do that, so it's all captured in debt, because you can offset your debt in terms of, let's say, certain assets that you have. It could be like stocks, land, whatever, whatever they use as equity to basically never have to actually get like properly in debt. That at some point I'm black-pilled on this, that at some point this will collapse, because it like is so divorced from reality. People are like, it will cause a massive depression. It would. The government will step in. Bernie Sanders, oh my god, you stupid man, Bernie Sanders was like, I want to do socialism where we all get the stonks in AI, and I'm like, so you socialize the losses, Bernie? Why you do that, Bernie? Why you do that? You old man, please sit down. Is it like the more capital accumulated, the less wage and affordability for the mass? Yes, because it affects your wage. At the moment, there are a couple of things also affecting the consumer price index and the purchasing power parity, particularly when it gets broken down to middle and lower income like earners, and you take off from the overall like statistics, you take off high earners, right? When you do that in Britain, you realize everybody who earns a fucking wage, the proletariat, is like, our wealth is going down and down and down and down, and our capacity to buy things, get assets, get the material things that like make life survivable is decreasing. So that's why it's a K economy. The rich are compounding on decades and centuries of capitalism in a really extreme moment of like hyper, I guess, cross valuation of stonks that are completely divorced from any form of like actually productive value. And it is a really, it's not that this is a modern phenomenon at all. It's like degrees of scale that we're talking about now. It is fictitious capital on top of fictitious capital on top of fictitious capital, and just particularly when Tangerine Plantain is making billions. Yeah, they use this cycle very exceptionally well, because they know that a crisis is opportunity for capitalists, right? We've looked at disaster capitalism a lot, and COVID is the biggest problem. Yeah, Marx has predicted that there will be perpetual crises that emerge in terms of capital until something fucking changes that, right? Because of class contradiction. So we are fundamentally we will always be subjugated and made poorer as long as the rich can do this. That is I think some of the things that all socialists and all Marxists need to acknowledge. Full stop. I love listening to you every morning. Thank you very much. I've had a bit of a shit morning, so I appreciate that. We had some tears, we had some tantrums. Stream has been more stable, so I've been more stable as well. In his book, The Capital, you're an old lady that speaks out to, oh yeah, old ladies. I'm on my way, like I'm middle-aged now, and I'll be on my way to old lady, and I can't wait. I'm a just real fuck with it. If I get there, if I survive, I'm a real fuck with it. I'm a real motherfucking fuck with it. So that's what I mean by the K economy. And this conflict, to go full circle, 60 years plus, shout out to the oldies, we love you. Yes, fictitious capital is a Marxian concept, yeah. To come full circle to where we started this, the Iran conflict, because it is a material chokehold in not just consumer goods, but like literally the lifeblood of the economy, like oil. Like, it's catastrophic we've already shown you like the the protest movements in India being somewhat linked to LNG gas and the huge hyperinflation around that's happened. Is this why we can't buy homes anymore? TLDR, yeah, goddamn. Thank you so much, folks. We're 3 subs away from meeting the very cute doggy. Thank you so much, yay. You got Daydream Beyond, Amoro, who I think is in chat right now, if they're still around. Thank you so much, and others. Thank you for the 5 gifties, super appreciated. A combination of this and turning housing into speculative assets. Yeah, I saw this liberal newspaper that was like, oh my god, fundamentally in China they did a communism by making sure that people had homes, and I'm like, yeah, they did, and that's good. Sometimes liberal propaganda does do our job for us. Just we need to, I guess, like nudge the workers to be like, listen to what they're saying. Listen to what they're saying. Like, literally, please listen to what they're telling you, because they're being honest. They don't want you to have a home, or they want you to be in debt for a very long time. Like, this is a thing. Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hi! In my eyes, you're not spicy, but sweet. You weren't here earlier when someone who was a vaccine skeptic came in and I shouted at them for being stupid when it comes to science, which is a topic we'll get onto later. Then you would have seen spicy me. But we're having a good conversation. Did you bonk them on the head? I probably need to get better at this, because I just called them stupid, and I do need to get better, because that is lazy. But like sometimes, guys, cut me some stuff. I need to. They're just like, I feel like I know when they're just not going to listen to me, so I want to call them a little bitch. I know that they're not going to listen to me. May I make an unsolicited suggestion? Because you are so sweetly, yes. Look at that, Mayor respecting people. So yeah, there is a make a fart sound to play over their comment. Thank you so much. And do you know why that's very well timed? A very, very, very generous watcher of the stream has gifted me from my throne a Steam Deck. And I'll be able to do that soon, from my understanding. I can have little buttons here, and I can be like... That is funnier. Instead of calling them stupid, just like massive, like... Sorry, say... Yeah, I like that. That's very childish. Like, fart. And then they might get like really annoyed and be like, you're not listening to me, that's really childish. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Love it. Okay, so yeah. Iran is like, absolutely get fucked. We'll murder you. Spartan, sorry. Can you send that that guy again? We'll take a look. I'm sorry. I thought I brought it up, but I didn't. I did not. I failed. I failed in my one duty, and I also need to go pee. And make myself another drink. I'm moving to the decaf coffee now, guys. Moving to the decaf coffee. When, to finish that thought, that K economy example, when Marxists are like, it's okay, thank you. When Marxists are like, contradictions is a thing. When I showed you that K economy, those actually are the summaries of how wealth at the moment is captured by different classes. And the contradictions there, the K economy is basically showing any form of interests of co-option are moving further and further away from one another. Therefore, the survival of people being pushed to the bottom is being, it always has been, but is being materially damaged by people whose K economy is rising. Is this why we will never reach pension age? It's very likely, yeah. Work till you're dead. Work till you're dead. Yeah. I have an ethical private pension. I very much doubt it's ethical, but you get signed up for one like automatically in Britain. I think they like don't invest in some big things, but I very doubt that it's the state pension in this country. It will probably be invested in pure evil anyway. Are you Irish? I haven't worked in Ireland though. And Ireland is a neoliberal shithole. So if I went to Ireland, I would essentially be able to claim like partial pensions in both countries for a while that probably would work out at a net lower rate. If I moved anywhere, I'd move to Norway because it has much better worker conditions. My most important political view is that I suspect that humans will be removed as the apex predator by thinking machines, and that we will try to control, but we will lose control. I don't think so. And I want to learn how to communicate my thoughts on AI a bit better. So I'm going to get myself a drink. I'm going to pee. I'm going to try and explain how I feel about what is consumer level AI and what is research and I guess technical expertise level AI, how they differ, and how we are still quite a far way off that. And the greater worry is the effect on the proletarian and their capacity to organize right now. And I'm going to pee and go think about that. I'll be back one sec. My sore wrist tips its fedora, you fucking geek. Yes. That is what I Know Some Stuff has said. I just synthesized hot sauce argument from mocking my One, on math is good. On the other hand, purposefully using that math for the benefit. Yes, AI is like being sold as if... Did you guys see the conversation with Elon Musk where he was like, it's gonna like totally unlock... It's like some 90s like tech utopia shite, and it's like, nah, mate. God damn, Spartan, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. This argument, brain cells grow on microprocessors in our reality. That's not the same as cognitive, like, thinking, though, is it? I think, as well, what we're trying to encourage you to think about is... Think about the difference between China and America in terms of what AI is being utilized for. AI, sadly, in China is still like being used to create LLM models that are just bad for humanity. But AI is something that can support research and technological advancements in very specific ways that can be very useful, actually. But it is pretty contingent on human beings utilizing those systems. Like people who are specialists in certain fields, whether it be I think they're trying fusion, aren't they? They're trying cold reactors, they're trying CART, oncology and immunology. Like there's loads of stuff where the utilization of AI can speed up research and investigations. Because they are brain cells, by definition, they can become self-aware. How? Should it have, I guess, autonomy and rights? The brain cells of those biocomputers live up to 3 years. In the start, it was hard to keep them alive. Today, they work to do what? So that's neurons, right? Work to do what specifically? It's a hard balance to be anti-AI without sounding like Neanderthals shouting computer bad. I'm anti-AI in terms of the way it's become a consumer product and the way who owns AI, which is not governments, it's tech overlords who I do agree with you, Spartan, there. They mean to do us harm and they will not put proper regulation into their models. It's all built around them making money. And something could be incredibly bad in that system, right? I think it's already having catastrophic impacts on the economy and people's material realities. Today they work to process information. I suppose you're going to have to give me the specifics, really. Because that to me just sounds like a replica, like... chip, which is using neurons instead of I don't know what other stuff it uses, like copper wire and things. They're used like we use processors. That was my assumption there. That doesn't mean that's independent thought, though. We just know that that's what like those cells do, and I'm gonna presume it's got a very linear output. The processing, what the processing is used for. It's kind of not a good method to have a measurement of consciousness is the capacity to process information and act independently on it. I think that this is like a perennial question in philosophy, and I am not entirely certain that we know the answer to this at this moment in time. That makes having this conversation stymied, because where me and Spartan might have fundamentally very different ideas of what makes a brain. I think we do, by the sounds of the conversation that we're having. Thank you for the follow. Can I ask you a question, Spartan? Let's play, I guess, in hypotheticals. Because I'm trying to get you to think like a Marxist, but Is there a reality in which you think, let's say we can get chips that start acting like brains and they have huge processing power? Like, it's phenomenal. It transforms academia, research, technology to scales that we never dreamed of. Do you think there is a reality in which that can be guardrailed in ways that protect humanity? And if so, how? My view is this is just evolution and there's no stopping it, and that war is just a tool of evolution. War is class conflict or national conflict or both, depending on what area of society, history and society you're looking at. War is a tool of evolution. Violence is a part of evolution. In terms of like the natural world being an environment where people killed one another, in our most basic forms, as a species, we survive because of collaboration and a small amount of violence. Violence.
Activate the mosques.
Hi, Dan. Yeah, I do as well, because war's different.
Dan_Abu_late just
Welcome in, Dan. Let me just turn this down, sorry. It's being more distracting than helpful to me. Violence, so war for me is class or national conflict. It is not like, yeah, we have to separate like social violence from wars which are violence on a particular scale, because that violence is something that emerged as societies formed. And as societies formed, you had the emergence of certain types of classes within societies. Like, is it violence or is it force applied? In what? I don't understand the question, sorry. In dialectical terms, what I am trying to argue is that war specifically should be dialectically seen as competing class interests, and that can be, let's say, a relatively horizontally flat society fighting over the resources that is occupied by another horizontally flat society as well, because those people don't have class consciousness, right? But we do, and we can understand that these are conflicts that usually happened over resources. Although primarily it's actually been trade that has dominated early human evolution. And then as we emerged into basically pastoralism, animal husbandry, and agriculture, really, the agricultural revolution, that's where we started having trade, technology, and societies in a certain form, in a certain structure, that have meant patriarchy, class interests, etc., etc. And that usually has created a concept of a self, a concept of another, and violence from that as well. What headache convo did I walk into? War is a racket. In contemporary times, yes, we are speaking about very, very philosophical ideas at the moment, Dan. I will give you examples of biocomputers, but fine, let's say they're happening, okay? I don't want to get hung on the philosophy of ontology too much, right? Let's say that these exist and they're able to do the thing that you were worried about. What I am asking you is there a way that you're... The Spice Girls. Where the Spice Girls, yes indeed. I don't like lefts. That's really funny. Oh my god. As I don't think that Colonel Douglas McGregor is gonna be. Oh my god, look at him. This is so boomer. You are watching live breaking news. I am. Look, Mom, I was in the military and now I'm a real analyst. Meaning if they're controlled by humans, yes, what classes of humans? That's what we call co-evolution. In this case, we have peace with AI and we cooperate together. Right, Spartan. And I am arguing as a source of power in this country. They own and run everything. And their governments can't change that. Won't change it in this country, won't change it in America until something substantial changes in leadership in the government. And then my argument is that those companies have to come under public control. They have to be socialized. They are such an existential debt to society and humans that they have to become owned and democratically owned by the people. And that can be, it depends on where you live, it can be through exclusively a government, a central authority, or a democratized kind of decentralized process, right? That depends on how your particular country wants to deal with the concept of authority under socialism, which does differ and will differ. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The problem is less the technology itself. The problem is who owns it. Right, let's try and listen to this guy. Douglas McGregor is pissing off the chuds, apparently.
Losses for the United States. Destroy all the bases. And that has the pleasing aspect that demonstrates the extent to which we are incapable of defending our own bases, let alone any of our partners. We're upset that thanks to our attack, we can't control the strait. We're not going to get control of the strait. You're going to see $150 a barrel and higher. We're just one foot left on the cliff. We're already tipping over into the abyss. Trump can't sign much of anything because at this point,
that thought on AI. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I have something specifically for you. The Chinese court has, which is their version of a high court under Marxist law. Oh my god, brother, big government. Yeah, they have independent courts. It's just the law that they apply is written from a very different philosophy. Chinese court rules firms can't lay off workers on AI grounds. A Chinese court has ruled that companies cannot terminate employees just to replace them with artificial intelligence systems, as authorities juggle the need to stabilize the domestic labor market with a global race to develop AI technologies. Wow. Putting workers first. That's fucking socialism. The court has decided that a tech firm in Eastern China had illegally fired one of its workers. Literally uses civil law as well to, like, civil cases to pass its law in China. It's a good system. After he refused to take a demotion when his job was automated by AI. The termination grounds did not fall under negative circumstances such as downsizing or operational difficulties, nor did they meet the legal conditions that made it impossible to continue the employment. Companies cannot unilaterally lay off employees or cut salaries due to technological progress, the court said. Spartan, there's a reason why they can do this in China and try and protect people, and they're just laying people en masse in the UK and America. They have socialism. It's as simple as that. What is your argument? War is violent and deadly, but sometimes peace and stability cannot be achieved through gentle talk. Sometimes peace must be negotiated through bullet rain and missile fire. War is a battle between life or death, and we must fight on the side of peace, life, humanity, the earth, and her workers. Yeah. The EU has a new framework on AI. What does it say? What does it say?
Potentially here in the United States.
I'm going to presume the companies will just ignore it anyway, like they have any other kind of standards set to them.
Further and further down this escalation trap. We're over 5 months in. There doesn't seem to be really anything accomplished by the United States military. very little strategic goals accomplished, and really just a lot of chaos and a lot of uncertainty. We're approaching the beginning of August. What is your take right now on the Iran war?
Well, if we could just for a second step back a little bit, because I'd like to view what's happening with Iran and what's happening in the Middle East against a broader, or wider strategic.
Exactly. Is
Uh,
it
I think
vibesy law shit that can
seems
get
to me that
overturned and
the
does nothing?
conflicts with Russia
Thank you, I
and
know some
Ukraine,
stuff. Okay, we're sticking with AI for a little bit then. AI Act regulation, laying down harmonizing rules, is the first ever comprehensive legal work. Trustworthy AI, a risk-based rule for AI developers and deployers regarding specific uses. Unacceptable risk, high risk, limited risk, minimal risk. So what they're saying is it's banned. Threat to harmful AI-based manipulation and deception, harmful AI-based exploitation of vulnerabilities, social scoring, individual crime assessments or prediction, untargeted scraping of the internet or CCTV. So flock. Emotional recognition in workplaces and educational institutions. What about in the high street? Biometric categorization to deduce certain protected characteristics. Real-time remote biometric identification for law enforcement. AI systems that generate non-consensual, sexually explicit and intimate content or child sexual abuse, such as AI nudification apps. Became effective in February. High risk AI safety that is in critical infrastructure, the failure of risk which could put life and health of citizens at risk. AI use in education, e.g., scoring of exams. AI based. What's the who implements this, and how much money do they have, and what power do they have? Because all of this will happen. My only disagreement with this framing is that the CPC is being benevolent out of nowhere. This ruling was after lots of pushback from protesters, especially from workers being replaced by self-driving cars in places like Shenzhen. There are people who are still pushing to make this happen. Yes, there are competing interests in China. I would say that the Chinese state is aware of this, and it is complicated. The mixed ownership model that is applied in China has created a class of people whose interests are at odds with workers frequently. But the point being, you are right, there are protests. Sometimes takes a lot of protest action, and authorities can be slow, and the application of it can be slow, but it still happens. And I guess that's the difference. I don't know anybody who knows AI, who likes AI really in this country, and nobody can stop it. This won't stop it. These are nice words. Where is the implementation of this? Where's the teeth? My argument with democratic values internally in terms of the people who owned it, which could be you or your government, or a bit of both, depending on where you live. That is the only way to have that effective kill switch. How do I know this? Facebook helped create a genocide in Burma. I know, I worked specifically on a project with Facebook. I was probably used in order to fucking whitewash their motherfucking complicity in genocide. I don't know what else I could have done other than the work I tried. To be blunt, I have no idea because I have very little power along with you folks, right? I set up a model that allowed civil society and individual users to complain about genocidal content against Rohingya in Burma, Myanmar. It required a lot of like translation and stuff. They never used it. Never used it. It's a genocide. They were dragged to a UN court. Didn't change. Won't do anything. There was a bunch of paper and money. They we'll call you naughty. Didn't change. Will not change until we own these companies, not rich shareholders. That's what we keep coming back to, Spartan. And that's where I know you you've been here a while and you come in good faith, and I know you call yourself a centrist, but I strongly encourage you to start thinking in terms of class conflict. The reason that we agree here, right? It's who owns these companies. It's power when it comes down to it, and power's motherfucking money, like, which is class, right? Okay, power. The only way that we will get AI and social media and all these motherfucking companies to work for the benefits rather than the destruction of fucking humanity is through socialism. I worked in an environment where they motherfucking supported genocide through Facebook, and they changed nothing, even after loads of efforts to try and change them. We have to own them. Okay? No ambiguity anymore. Twitch, clip that. That's going to be the clip that comes out this week. Thank you, though, Spartan, for continually coming in. I know that you like yourself to be challenged and listening and engaging and having interesting topics. People just say AI is a tool, but I don't agree with that thinking. It's creating another species that will potentially compete against it. And again, I don't know how to keep on saying this in terms of encouraging you. Okay. Do you think people who were like, yo, oh my God, the printing press. Oh my God, 69 viewers, nice. Oh my God, the printing press is going to change everything. I can't even read. People are going to have to read. It's created a whole new class of people. It's fundamentally changed trade and how we talk about things and bureaucracy and state and class dynamics. It's that. And it depends who owns those things. That's the point that I keep on saying. Fucking trains. Aeroplanes. Computers. The internet. All of these things. It is about who owns them. Yes, the technology. If you okay, cool. I'm glad that you agree that we should have socialism for housing and healthcare. I'm glad to hear that. Why not for social media and AI technology? Or some kind of model like China has, which is sort of a mixed model of bringing in investment, both domestically and internationally, in terms of money, and there's elements of it that are capital, what we traditionally call capital, right? And China owns a substantial amount of the government, specifically owns a bunch of the companies, and the ones that are not owned have to have a certain amount, not owned by the government, they have to have a certain amount of like shares that are for the workers inside that company. So it becomes a kind of cooperative-ish. It still has international shareholders and stuff. But they have they want to invite international shareholders in and not give them the power to like fundamentally overthrow like their entire country, right? And never be beholden to them above the role of the government. You could have that kind of model, but you can literally only have it under socialism, is what I'm saying. I think the Spartan is saying AI will be a new species by itself and it will become the most capable species on the globe. Then we're verging into philosophy and ontology again. And I think that if there is such a risk, the only way that we can prevent that risk is everything that I've been advocating. This isn't it. This EU approach of like, please don't do a naughty. Please don't do a naughty. They're just doing genocides all the time, you know? I'm mostly saying we're not smart enough to predict what actions it will take. There has to be technocrats in this field that we train who are exceptionally smart, who produce these models. And I mean, that's where we get a lot of this information coming out, right? These people who made it and they're like, this is terrible. This is going to like fuck up society. Stop this now. And they get fired by Google and stuff. And they go on like Channel 4 and they're like, fuck. What do we do? And the answer is socialism. The answer is socialism. The answer is you do not democratize your economy. You do not democratize the means of productions, the things that are being produced and the ways they're produced by either making it cooperatives on scale or centrally government owned, right? At least for a bit. You will not control this beast. You will never be able to, because what are people beholden to if they are not beholden to governments owning things, money and wealth and profit, because that's their power as a class. So they will fucking kill us with AI. I'm worried as well, Spartan, actually, when I start to think through this. I'm worried as well. Yes, it's having a very bad effect on society. I care less about whether they're self-aware and care deeply about their role in class workers' realities. Because Elon's like, I think no one will have to work and you'll just use AI. Get fucked. You own it. Get fucked. That is propaganda. That's elitist propaganda. There won't have to be money in the future. Suck my motherfucking poor dick. Okay? They're building systems to establish your demise so that they don't have to work. They're not subject to any form of worker control or power at all. That's the long-term goal for them. And unless we challenge that now, I don't know, man. A benevolent government that is large could do amazing things for humanity. I think I'm starting to slowly chip away. What you raise is an important question. It is an important question that is existential in terms of who we are as people and class dynamics. It intersects with the socialist concepts very well. And actually, thank you for raising this, because I've been in some other socialist streamer spaces and I'm like, what are your thoughts on AI and class, both class realities for the proletariat, for the workers, for you and me, normal people, and organizing? Because it's a weird situation to be in, right? And people, I think we are at a stage where I think we're all thinking about this and we know it's quite worrying. And all I can come to is if China has a system that people have raised, it's not like China is benevolent. It's more that China has a bunch of different systems, including engaged workers, trade unions and protest movements and court systems that defend those people's rights. Okay? So let's say structures, government structures and social structures that protect people first and foremost, including class consciousness for those workers. That's what we have to push for. There's no one thing, I think. They literally can only do that, A, because they're massive, and B, because they're fucking socialist. That's why they can build these guardrails. Or let's say, as other chatter said, reflect the needs more of workers over the emergent sort of bourgeois class that is economically empowered but politically disempowered in China because of the interesting and novel way that socialism exists with Chinese characteristics in China at the moment. We never had a debate of political law about how human brain cells should be used to build computers. We the people are never asked about anything. It's a really good question. And Spartan, I can tell you, it was hard for me to work really hard on a project with Facebook and to realize it was completely fucking pointless and I was being used to allow them to pretend that they were relinquishing their power and that they consulted with people. And it should radicalize you as well. I was pissed off. It's a genocide of the Rohingya people, folks. So for those who are what are you on about? TLDR, Burma has many different languages and ethnicities. The Buddhist monks and government and military in Burma allowed loads of propaganda to exist on their platform that was the most horrific shit you've heard. Proper Radio Rwanda, murder these people, they are cockroaches, scum kind of thing. That was the discourse that was loud. It wasn't moderated at all. And fucking loads of Rohingya people got genocided and are still being genocided and pushed off their land. Facebook was oh no, it's because they had no systems. They had one One Burmese moderator for the entire country. In a country that speaks like 70 languages. One. Nothing changed. Nothing changed, Spartan. Nothing changed. And it pisses me off too. And the question then is, what do we do? And it's socialism. TLDR. Welcome in, T-Bird. Thank you again as well. China realized that the only way it can win the AI race or keep up was by embracing open source AI solutions. Since corporations cooperate on AI development, you get less wasted effort, and they own some of the companies. They own like the top of the sort of pyramid in terms of the like the AI industry, let's call it, right? There are smaller AI like models that exist, right, that are private to a certain extent, as private as something can be in China, which it isn't really private. Yeah, everyone's super fucking racist. Uncle got a loudspeaker and they motherfucking killed everyone. Like, it's awful. So I think that the problem there is, like, again, China can only do these things because it has communists at the head, and it's massive, and it has technocrats at the top of each region. And this is the key. The use of mixed ownership models in China is to try and unlock socialism for the benefit of the Chinese people, and then for the world at large, which is, to be honest, not something they're necessarily good at yet. But I want China to do that, and I want America to crumble. And there is a specific reason, right? It's about AI trying to unlock technological power for the benefit of humanity, not to make rich people money. That's what exists in your country, Spartan. That's what exists in my country. I'm not a centrist. I have my own view on what human civilization to look like, and my idealism does crash against the reality of human nature. I would encourage you to think along more material lines then. Think of goals, and then think of how do we get there, because I'm trying to give you the how do we get there. Power and socialism. Democratize the economy. Like, China is probably one of the few countries that can navigate this at least somewhat safely. And actually, for all the flaws in terms of, I critique China in terms of international policies a lot. China is trying to set up an international, basically, body that regulates AI. No Western company wants to do that because it's a threat to what? What is it a threat to? What is that a threat to? Because that's the apex of the problem here. Has you been paying attention, folks? Capitalism? Yeah. Hi, Anada. Money. Profit. Exactly, Anada. Profit, riches, gold. Okay? Oh. Sorry. No! I hate it when you eat a strawberry and it's really gross. Ugh. How could you lie to me, strawberry? Ugh. One sec. Have fun amongst yourselves. No! No! It's so gross.
Activate the mosques.
I_no_some_stuff just activated Corbin Jihad.
lesbian, lesbian, lesbian.
Ronaldo wants you to know they love
Sorry.
lesbians.
Well, no, it's I am immune compromised, so I am like a lot more careful about these things. And I did a mouthwash, and I'm going to have an antibiotic just to make sure. I don't want that, of all things, to be the thing that fucking puts me in hospital, you know? Right. Humans are delusional about one or more topics. Some folks can be. I don't like Elon Musk, but he did frame the AI danger. He used to, so that he could use that to capitalize on the field. He was like, yeah, regulate those guys. Oh, I've bought loads of shares and now I own everything. Because he got bought out of OpenAI, remember? He got bought out of it. So he's like, oh, regulate them. Oh, I've got my own. Go fuck yourself. We'll do whatever we want now. Because his interest is what, Arnaldo? What's his interests again? What does he seek to do with AI? Money, profit, capitalism, exactly. Molten salt batteries, well, power, and if we get the 3 subs that are needed to unlock Doggo Cam, please do remember, folks. Thank you so much for the support today as well, and thank you for being here. I very much appreciate having an audience at all. To the 70 people who are in here, one domination. Be careful with too much antibiotics. I could get... Yeah, so that is something that my doctor monitors. But I'm immune compromised, so it is like worst case scenario. Spartan, thank you so much for the... oh no, Duck, sorry. Thank you so much for gifting our friend Spartan, who I'm adamant we will get you thinking in terms of class relationships. Thank you for introducing, though, I think a concept that I have been like ruminating on for a while in terms of like how to approach. Holy shit! Thank you so much, Recorder, for the Prime. Super duper 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 thank you. And you want thank you, and you will now suffer an AI discussion. No, look, it's such a huge change to our society. Like, I'm glad to get a throne dono alert. You motherfucker. Did you? Ahmed, hello. Oh my god. I've been thinking about you. We didn't see you for a couple of days. I hope you're okay. Folks, I would never. Good. I do need to do that. Yes. You better not have. You better not have. I can set up an alert, though, now. Motherfucker. You fucking liar. Thank you, T-Bird. You fucking liar. You fucking lied to me. Didn't you? Thank you for the green screen. Can you tell me a little? A house very close to us was bombed and the tent was badly damaged. Folks, don't give me any money. Actually, Ahmed, I myself can give you some more money this month. Folks, this is a friend who is in Gaza with his family. I can confirm all the money goes to the family. A couple of... Oh, you can't see it. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry. Please, yeah, I can donate myself or do it off screen. But this is a family in northern Gaza. If you have... and the mic arm, god damn you, T-Bird. Thank you very much. I will pay it forward, and I myself am gonna donate to Ahmed, so thank you. I really appreciate that. You can replace my dodgy arm here that's very broken. Thank you, T-Bird. You really didn't have to do that. I really appreciate it as well. If you have spare $5-10, guys, please do give. I'm gonna give now because I'm earning I'm in a situation where I can support our friends, but we are going to look at Palestine after this. So, like, yeah, if you want a way to materially help a family, please do. Are we... hold on, let's pin that. Thank you for pinning the other thing. I will just pin this as well. I didn't. I know you didn't feel obliged, and I know you're okay financially, so I appreciate it. And there we go. I will. I'll pay it forward as well, mate. So yeah. If you have spare, I'm glad to see you, Ahmed, as well. I hadn't seen you for a couple of days, and I was concerned about you. No worries at all. No worries at all. Sending lots of love to you and your family as well. Okay. So. It's a little bit old now, this. Ooh, Chairperson Meow, thank you for the 5 biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Sending you lots of love, mate. Give me a sec. So, we're gonna look... Basically, to be honest, I feel like we've covered Iran. This guy seemed fine. This guy's analysis seems fine, actually, in terms of him just talking about military infrastructure. And yeah, essentially Iran holding the power. Yeah. What are crude oil prices? Dealing with universal credit. Dan, I got rejected again from PIP. I got my letter this morning, so I'll have to take them to tribunal. Okay. You can't see, can you? Good. I'm just gonna donate now so I don't forget. How do you get your glasses to not glare? Are they not glaring? They look. That's a glare. It's just the slight angle, I guess, that I'm at. I know, Dan. It's like it's just so shit, innit? It's so shit. Okay. Right. Ahmed, hopefully this works. Please check my details now. So it's just loading. I'm glad to see you, Ahmed, as well. He's great with military reality on the ground. Damn, that didn't work. The ADP in Scotland isn't mean tested. Jeez, that sounds nice. The entire planet will suffer from Trump starting this war. Sadly, there's no serious system to remove him for his crimes. I guess the sad reality, Spartan, is, and you're kind of right, the sad reality is the people of America need to step the fuck up. And I think that, like, the Democrats want to do a war in a different way. There, I was able to donate. Thank you, T-Bird, as well, for helping the stream. I can pay it forward because I'm earning quite a bit this month. Remember, folks, sadly, I'm actually going to update the schedule right now. I'm not on after this. Maybe I'll do an evening stream, but to be honest, I probably like really need to rest. Yeah. Gonna edit my schedule. I won't be back till Saturday, and I'm sorry for this month. I have a job. I have a consultancy. It pays really well. I really need it. Like, I really need this. I have just told you, like, I have no disability support at all. There is a possibility I will. Do you know what I mean? I'll pop up and I will do a little cheeky stream here or there, but I'm just not gonna. Just don't count on it, basically. Don't count on it. Americans care about one thing, and it's the price of a gallon of gas, and that might change and will continue to change. What is sick is that there's human beings that follow orders and drop bombs without even considering if it's moral or not. I was just following orders, sir. Do you know who also said that? Do you know who also said that? It's a good point, Spartan. Do you know who also said that? Who also said that, guys? Who are just following orders? Just following orders. Who also said that, quite famously? In courts. Nuremberg trials, exactly. Dan's got it. Fucking Nazis. Just following orders, mate. Just following orders. Crude is... Wait, no, that's different. Fucking hell. This is war. So I think it's starting to drop because Iran is like, we will fucking kill you, don't fucking come after us. And we'll bomb all of your fucking allies' land and infrastructure. And also, I guess... They think that Trump will listen to this. They do think that Trump will listen. Israel has an election in October, which is a bit of a wild card to me. I would trust Ray K. Ray K is probably able to best understand what's going on there, you know? I don't. I do not. Ooh. Shit, I didn't mean to. Sorry. Yeah. Modern war is far more hideous because at least medieval knights had to face each other and the king would ride out with them. Modern leaders just hide in bunkers. They can be out of... I think they can be very divorced from the reality and the effects of their actions, right? Which is why drone warfare is becoming such a thing, because you just put you put a controller in front of someone. And then they do something from, like, they live in Virginia. Do you know what I mean? And they fly planes and the drones, and there's just, yeah, no risk, no ability to absorb, I guess, the violence that they're doing, apart from, like, a concept, sort of like a video game, but it's real. Almost like a bunch of video games had Department of Defense contracts to be able to try and force people down that. Sorry, this spot pissing me off so much. Look at that bad boy. Zelensky got rich from his war. He did indeed. He did indeed. You're not allowed to say that, though. You'll get called a Russian lover like I do, even though I think the Russian government's awful. On this is interesting. To learn the... Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Someone just chimed in. Ukraine... Wait, support Ukraine. And I'm like, nah. Nah. No. Ukraine is a democratic country fighting against imperialism. Ukraine is fighting for the working class. No. I dislike both Putin and Zelensky. Me too. That's basically how I feel. The only reason that I basically speak more now about Ukraine is my government has a role in supporting Ukraine's fucking death sentence to itself, you know? I have no capacity to influence Russia. That goofy little kid there. Okay. Strangely enough, that was the argument against Bose. They thought of creating a disconnection between the murderer and the victim. Interesting. If Ukraine was such a moral nation, it would probably... Yeah. Later on in that guy was like, you support Palestine. And I was like, you just can't fucking help yourself, can you? Your government's Zionist. For a reason. I don't even know what the general population of Ukraine actually thinks about the Palestinian conflict. I don't know. Technology has its own place beyond political ideology. Wrong. And this is where I keep on encouraging you to think. Technology is contingent on the means of production. What is the means of production? It's the economy, stupid. And who owns shit and who doesn't. And that is deeply rooted in political ideology and realities. And you might have a moral code and a belief that is ideological, and it can be complete bullshit. Waffle. The simple fact of the matter is Marxists are grounded in reality. Hello, Elio. Welcome in. Only Amish limit their technology. Yeah, because of their ideological, I guess, belief in terms of the role that technology plays in their life. Yes. How do I explain this to people? I have realized, folks, that getting people to think in terms of the means of production in this world is really hard. And I can only hope, Spartan, at some point there's like a click. Because what I'm encouraging you to do is like think in a really fucking different way than what we are raised to believe in Britain and America and lots of Europe and lots of places in the world. When it comes to how we run society, there is a convention that moral ideas govern society. I don't believe that's accurate. I believe that economics and class interests, material realities govern societies, and that moral ideas are based on them. And so does every other Marxist, to different degrees, because we all have a good Marxist debate in it. But yeah, that it's really important to stress that in terms of political ideological outputs. And this is a critique that I can give, I guess, undergraduate studies in this country, is that you're encouraged to think independently, like it's when you study political philosophy like I did, like you are choosing a coloured shirt, and then you can sort of explore Marxism like I did a lot at uni, but it is presented as another form of moral beliefs, often, and incorrectly if you have bad education, instead of a paradigmatically, fundamentally different way of approaching the world that we live in. Hi! Oh my god, it's the CEO. Get him. Folks, I'm checking all of my strawberries now, after a strawberry fucking lied to me and tried to kill me. This guy's fine. This guy's fine. Scottish strawberries, Dan. A Scottish strawberry tried to kill me. I want reparations from the nation of Scotland, please. Right, what should we move on to next? Cuba. Talk about Cuba. How about Cuba? Go. 1 second. T-Bird, if you're there again, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna read this out. No, there's a different way of doing this. Don't fund there. We'll raid into struggle if he's on after this. I once got a punter and then they all molded over. Yeah. I mean, it's the paradox of them actually being like more organic and less pesticide-y, right? But they're good. They got good nutrients for you. Paradigm diggum what? I can't remember what I said. My frame is more looking at good and evil but not working class versus the capitalists, but that conflict does exist. I'm just trying my hardest to get you to see that good and evil is nothing, and working class and capitalist is the reality. Where's your head at the rot economy? I'm the moon. Who the hell is Ed Zitron? The Hater's Guide to Oracle. Okay. This looks good. But, let's start with Cuba and then we'll look at that. Like, economics is hard. We just had a pretty dense conversation, which is good. But yeah. It's AI Bubles. Yes, it is. Struggle read it on his stream, and it looked okay. Struggle 4 is heading back to Cuba for the 4th time from August 8th to 16th to deliver direct medical aid. They had an initial fundraising goal of $2,000, which is going to cover the cost of epilepsy medicine for children, which Cuba does not currently have access to. Why America? As of writing this, they are currently at over 3,000, all of which will go to direct aid because people need more. They need basic medical supplies that are in short supply. There is a chuff page, however, because they are going to get the supplies in 2 days, they're asking donations directly towards Struggle for Streamlabs tip page, and we'll raid into Struggle at the end of this as well. We're gonna look at some stuff in Cuba. Now, give me a sec to send this to you folks. There's the tip. There you go. Okay. I've got a video on Cuba. If you think you hate America, you don't hate America enough. That's a bunch of kids without epilepsy medicine because of America. Oh. Sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. That's why. You couldn't see any of that, but you didn't need to, so it's fine. Hold on.
Esto es hidrógeno.
Opa! Okay, so that creates the explosion.
The inventions helping Cuba survive.
We're in
Trump's
Western
oil
Cuba,
blockade.
where the price of gas has reached as much as $30 a gallon. Humberto Palmero is trying to increase his mileage by pulling hydrogen from water to create combustion for his engine.
Fue, ¿qué? ¿De cerveza?
Sí, de cerveza.
Ok. So, es una botella de cerveza.
Aquí yo pongo el agua.
What?
We came
Beer.
here to see how Cuba is managing an unprecedented energy crisis and found residents are finding new ways to survive.
Because this is the New York Times. It's not just Trump's oil blockade. It's not just Trump's. It's America's. This is American policy.
Empecé a inventar.
Obama was the only guy who was a bit chill on Cuba, kind of.
Innovando.
It is a
In
pretty
January,
pretty
the Trump
wild
administration
time,
began
isn't it,
blocking
Spartan?
fuel shipments to Cuba in a blatant effort to squeeze the island and force the government to collapse.
Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
We're not, I think it's just going to fall.
6 months later, the government is still standing and struggling to meet basic needs.
By design.
And yet Cubans are working through and around.
No, they were using the beer to They were using the beer to do something, to power a generator or something.
And improvising to power their lives.
Yeah, it's 43%. Yeah, remaining. You know, this is the heart of the whole thing.
David Gonzalez has created one of Havana's hottest venues by powering concerts entirely off a lithium battery he imported from Spain.
We depend totally on the...
And it's gay.
use of
Wait, I thought communism's not gay. I want to go to Cuba so bad. I want to come. I want to help with aid. It is gay. Hi, gay. Hi, gay. Me too. Wanted to go to Cuba anyway because obviously it's a revolution worth fighting for and defending. And it's a hard time at the moment. But now I want to go there specifically in Cuba. Gay.
We depend totally on the use of electricity that you have, as a supply, because without it, we would be dead.
He uses his battery to fuel parties for artists and activists at his childhood home, which in Cuba is both an act of resilience and resistance.
Resilience, it's a double.
Wait, are they going to be like government bad?
Sword. We Cubans can adapt to anything, but at the same time, it's not a very good thing because our priority is adapting to the situation, to the mess they have crafted, instead of overthrowing or dismantling our government.
Across the island, we saw how Cubans are.
Well, scratch that. Well, fucking scratch that then. Fuck's sake. I should have known it was the motherfucking New York Times. God damn it. This is propaganda for America. This is propaganda. The government has had to become harsher on people because the realities that the country lives in is really fucking rough. I don't think it's good. I don't think that it's necessarily what people in the government even want, particularly like middle and lower ends of the government. There are some pretty like rich kids of the some of the leaders who have like fancy cars, and maybe that shouldn't be something that I can see on social media. I will say that. Do you know what I mean? Particularly as it's just going to feed into this. They just want like they want to turn Cuba into Barbados, and they can basically colonize. I use that word specifically, colonize the country with American capital and develop the tourist industry. And this is the long game that they're playing in Cuba that I think will be resilient. We're going to read some Fidel after this. I think it will be able to bypass it, but it's a hard time. It's a hard time, I think, for the Cuban people at the moment.
Adapting to their circumstances. They're installing solar panels on their homes and vehicles, and they're modifying gasoline generators to run off natural gas connections. By innovating, they've allowed the nation to stretch its fuel supply much longer than the Trump administration had bet.
Exactly, Duck. And that's what they want again.
Do you think Cuba can really survive without significant intervention from an ally or some significant change in U.S. policy?
The intimate expectation in political circles in the United States was that Cuba could not survive beyond April. And here we are. Under very difficult conditions, with our people suffering, but here we are.
Wondering, though, do you have a month before it becomes too difficult to bear, or is it several months, or is it a year? How long can you go on like this?
I can't answer that. I don't think anyone can answer that.
As the fuel crisis continues, Cubans like Humberto say they'll continue surviving how they always have, a lo cubano, the Cuban way.
También crías tu propia gasolina. ¿Y cómo? ¿Cómo?
Con un invento que tengo ahí.
Okay, ¿podemos verlo?
Sí.
Okay.
Entonces, aquí yo he hecho un plástico, le doy candela, fuego, pasa por el serpentín y ahí me va dando la gasolina.
Wait, what?
¿Sí otras cosas antes de eso? ¿Eso todo?
Y le doy...
Okay, ¿podemos verlo? Gasolina. ¿Y cómo? ¿Cómo?
How?
Con un invento que tengo ahí.
Okay, ¿podemos verlo?
Sí.
Okay.
Entonces, aquí yo he hecho un plástico, le doy candela, fuego, pasa por...
Right, plastic which is produced from oil. He's taking the plastic, decanting it? Oh, I mean, no knows this science.
¿Hacía otras cosas antes de eso? Eso todo eso,
No.
todos los eventos son nuevos.
No, son nuevos. Trabajo en un parque infantil y me dedico a otras cosas, con negocios y eso. Y no,
Eso es algo de necesidad.
eso es algo de necesidad ahora que por la crisis lo he ido usando.
I mean, it's magic to me because me no chemistry, but basically, like, plastics are made from oil. It's an oil product, so they're like, I don't know. It's pretty inventive. There could be somebody that understands
Una solución de
chemistry. Excuse me. This is utilizing. This is for Americans. Apparently blockade is okay. So yeah. So Cuba, it was a pretty famously beautiful, like rich, democratic country. And what I mean by that, under the revolution, in terms of it had a model that's really admirable, which is it has models. Hi, Nim. It has models which basically there was an awful lot of like community spaces built up that feed into like the laws and stuff as well. Is Pacific Garbage Patch? That's free real estate, brother. That's what it is. Fuel? I mean, I do not understand what's happening there. I don't know if that's magic. I don't know how safe that is for his engine. Do you know what I mean? Bitch, are you gonna die? Is what I would ask. Don't know the answer to that. Yeah, that was all framed as like America great. Sorry, Cuba bad because Cuba really, really bad. We want to overthrow our government. I think that the Cuban people often want a lot of changes inside Cuba, which is fine. But do you understand that it's like being like, there are problems inside China. Let's overthrow the government. Whose interest is that going to be? Not theirs. American capital and some rich people inside the country. Terrible. The worst case scenario is the introduction of like international capital into basically Cuba will be like a tourist hotspot as it was in the 70s for non-Americans. Like loads of people from Spain and Europe used to visit Cuba. My mum does Spanish class. She has friends who lived in Cuba. The Cuban government are being awfully strict during this energy crisis, but they're the bad guys, and just don't ask why they're having an energy crisis. Exactly. And why it's by design, right? And importantly, let's say that there are fundamental issues with the relationship with the government. Again, overthrowing the government is bad. And because it won't work, right? Because that ultimately will not serve the interests of the people. What you need is basically what you had in like the 70s and 80s, which was the freedom to start developing a form of internal socialist democracy that was really community-based. Like literally local community spaces, local CSOs that fed into national agendas. We looked at that when we looked at the queer liberation that happened in Cuba. I mean, this is basically warfare by blockade against Cuba, against the Cuban people. It's murder by the American government, just with more steps. It's not a bomb, but it's stopping children having medicine on purpose. I need you to understand, let's say that guy has a kid. That child needs epilepsy medicine, which is what Struggle for is going to help as a part of a shipment and humanitarian aid delivery to Cuba, who should and have the capacity to be able to provide this for themselves, which they could in a different world, right? You would probably start to hate the government and the structures around you as well. And there might be a point where them telling you it's America, it's America, it's America, can only go so far, because in fucking huge desperation, you're seeing your kid get sick and have fits, and you're scared they're gonna die. You know, or your fucking aunt has cancer and is gonna die in an oncology ward, actually just because they don't have antibiotics or something, you know? All of this is social murder that's designed to weaken the government by placing the population against the government and trying to turn the government into the bad guys who have to maintain civil and social order on an island still, right? You have mass poverty, people are obviously going to like do more crime because they are not having their needs met, because that's what poverty does. And this is all a part of the wider American project in trying to unpick the revolution. Kind of like Duck said, it's like, oh no, like there's more fucking police in the streets and they're being harder with people. Yes, but all of that is a result of American intervention. Every single part of it. It's almost like this is by design, and like socialists are not just like inherently authoritarian because we're like bad, but it's almost like they're reacting to conditions that are being placed against them. And on that note, there's a discussion I think that's interesting, which is about Fidel Castro and a topic that emerged in the 70s and 80s with their relationship with the USSR. That's a really balanced, nuanced take on Stalin. Because some people in the region who were socialists like fucking hated him, and Fidel Castro here is going to be much more nuanced in a way that I like, because we like nuance here. So this is from, it's a first published in the El Nouveau Diary, Managua, 1992. And their online version was nuance in this economy? Yeah. The Castro Internet Archive put it online. So many trots, they weren't trots. They weren't trots. That's the interesting thing, Dan. They literally weren't. We'll engage with this. Conspiracy theory. I wonder if they want global energy shutdowns and they plan to lower the power of the people. It's a possibility. I do think that they are. Remember, those oil fields are owned by rich people who make lots of money from those places, and oil is like the blood of the economy. So that's where it sort of differs a bit. I'd say like rich people are very angry at this as well. It's a very wild time as well. I'm not accusing Cuba of being Trotskyist. Yeah, good. Like, Castro is definitely not a Trot. None of them are, actually. Apart from Bolivia. Bolivia is, I think. It is... It is a curse of our time. I guess we are cursed with being in this interesting time of like rich people sometimes being at war with each other. Very World War I coded, you know? Okay. Montesquieu? Have I said that right? Is Dart still here? How the fuck do I say French shit here? Said history is the noise surrounding certain events, but there are events that are simply not noise, like the collapse of socialist countries and the survival of the Cuban Revolution. Does this mean you're going down in history? This is after the collapse of the USSR. I would say that the simple fact that we're deciding to keep going forward when the socialist bloc has collapsed, and now that we have become the only... one of the only victims of vicious imperialist attacks. It's a significant event in history. The mere fact that Cuba has decided to keep going forward and face the dangers and challenges following the collapse of the socialist bloc and the disappearance of the USSR is a significant event in history. Thomas, it's not a matter, however, of what we may have done up till now or what we may be capable of withstanding. I believe it all depends on what lies ahead, because that will determine the real significance of what we're doing today. Undoubtedly, you have much confidence in that. I share it. Does that mean that the Cuban Revolution is the beginning of a resurrection of a socialist option at the world level? I believe we're defending certain principles that are immensely, extraordinarily valuable at a moment of confusion in the world. It is a time for opportunists, a time in... God, he was so right. That's modern Russia. It was a time for opportunists. How to tear apart a country, you know? A time in which politicians are trying to accommodate themselves, and we may say it's a time of apotheosis? What does that mean? Not heard this term before. Apotheosis. They're using smart words. Smart words. The highest point of a development of something. Right. He means that in dialectics then. It is a time of apotheosis for imperialist military and political power. I think we're still in that period. I think that the attacks on Venezuela are something that I use this. Like, I guess I describe things slightly differently from some of the other socialist streamers who I see, and it's, I guess, a good faith technical disagreement I have with the way that people look at things. I understand what people are saying when they say this is the beginning of the end of like American hegemony because Iran's kicking America's ass. Lol. I think that if you look at the region of Latin America wider, we are at a profoundly grim place. Unfortunately, well, on the one hand, Cuba and Venezuela remain, and they remain, and Honduras remains, right? For now. They are immensely under attack. The entire fucking continent of South America is being stripped away into a motherfucking, like, right-wing dictatorships again. And that is an absolute product of imperialism and American geopoliticking. I'm not being conspiratorial. The American government tells you this, okay? Which is why when... I do mean Nicaragua. Thank you, Dan. Dan's got my back. Thank you. Primarily mean the elevation of the status of a god. The term has a definition of a person. Well, I think he's using it in a dialectical form, and I understand. It's the end or the start of something brutal. I think we're still in this period. I actually think we're still in this period, the post-USSR period of there is no counterweight. China is playing a different kind of socialist game in the role that it plays internationally. So, on the one hand, I agree with people when they say fundamentally, Iran exposes the material weakness of American military control. But we are also simultaneously in a period of immense expansion of the American project, which has never ceased, it's never stopped, and it fluctuates. And I'm arguing that exactly the meddling in the elections, the Colombian election as a huge example, El Salvador, fucking Argentina, where Trump is literally like, if you don't vote for the right-wing party, I won't bail out your country and we'll put sanctions on you. Like, America's just telling you this, guys, right? I would say people will argue that has happened in overtly for a while, and they are correct. And I am arguing that this brazenness, this clear delineation of American Imperial Act control of a region, where they're like, it's the Donroe Doctrine, kill me for having to say that word in Minecraft, is a heightened dynamic. And it's something that we should be I'm very nervous about this. Like, what the fuck does Cuba do when it can't be like, hello USSR, help me and help us build fucking military power like Iran has, so that they can defend themselves against people that want to kill everything around them. That's kind of the dynamic that I'm trying to say. So I think we're still here. I think we're still in that period. There is no large counter to America in terms of like Iran is doing a large counter, and I'm not discrediting that. And it's gonna have, as we've explored earlier, cascading effects on class relationships for people across the whole world, who rely on consumer products and somewhere in their fucking supply chain, which is every economy, oil, just to different degrees, right? And that presents like very scary realities, but also opportunities to start trying to advocate for socialist alternatives. We're close to another war. Russia has very aggressive nuclear doctrine. America is the only country that has deployed nukes. So I would say America is aggressive. Russia is in a conflict right now, a pretty bloody one, and hasn't deployed nukes. President Lula has recently aroused the US, accused... oh my god, unfortunate. Accused the US of meddling and suspicious actions in Brazil. You mean in their documents? I would be much more concerned about America using nukes again, you know? Because they have done before. That would worry me far more substantially. Okay. They built nukes because the US built nukes, and it's the same thing with China. Yes. And because they were given the, as we saw the other day on Elby's, it was really interesting. The US got the Nazi scientists, the USSR got the rockets. So they had to sort of like what's the word where you like break down technology in order to understand it? They had to do that with rockets. Did Iran ever build nukes? Yeah, just 2 weeks away, bro. Trust me, bro. It's just 2 weeks away. Trust me, bro. Trust me. I worry more about Trump using nukes compared to Putin based on personality types. It's not just personality types, though. It's geopolitical realities. Russia is in a conflict and it's not. Reverse engineer, thank you. Hi, Donna. Russia is in a conflict and isn't deploying nukes. Neither tactical nor large scale. I think because that would see NATO enter the conflict and it would be World War I terribleness, horrific. I don't even want to think of that as well. Just 2 more weeks, bro. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Mankind has never before experienced such a reactionary expansion and empire building. That doesn't mean it will go on forever. The empire is corroded by all types of contradictions. We're living in the present, and I believe that preserving our values is of great importance for all men who want the best for humanity. And I'd agree with Castro here wholeheartedly. I have always believed that symbols are of great importance. Flags are of great value. I believe that even if we become a lonely island, that would be of great value. If we were invaded and we were capable of resisting until the end, that would have great value. Gosh, if we were capable of prevailing, we will undoubtedly prevail. Because it would be impossible to exterminate millions of men determined to fight, and it would have great value. God damn, it's crazy. This is from 1992, folks, and it's so pertinent to right now. He did not, Dan. That is misinformation. He did not completely stop elections. He prevented American-backed political parties from running. Elections will still take place. That is an important distinction. Even Democracy Now! Took the Western narrative there. Classic. I mean, I was a bit like, oh, let's look into this. And left it for a little bit to see what sort of came out of it. And yeah, it's that. This is something that's happened as well. Can you press 1 if you think, ones if you think Hamas has disarmed because of stuff you've seen recently online. Ones. I'm not shouting at anyone. I'm not going to fool you. We are going to move on to it after we've looked at Cuba. Ones if you think Hamas are disarming. Okay? Small arms 1, 2. High breeze. I'm not going to bite, folks. There are a good couple of people in here. I know there's many of you lurking. I'm not going to come out and hurt you. Don't worry. Like Crescent said as well, we are 2 subs away from unlocking an Othello visit for anyone who wants to meet the best dog of all time. I do not think that they are disarming. Yeah, we're going to look at the nuance, and a part of that is sometimes the media literally just reports what the State Department tells them instead of consulting with let's say Hamas operatives or something. I had contradicting info, but one. It's okay. I got your back. I'm in a couple of Discords and we were having this discussion. Actually, because I asked the question of... I had a good chat with a close friend of mine, Red Falcon, who is he's a Marxist indigenous guy who lives in America, about how politicians can materially support Palestine at the moment when morally a one-state solution is the most, I guess, is the long-term goal, and how a two-state solution might be the most pragmatic at the moment, particularly as Hamas themselves are sort of saying, for now, we agree to this in search of statehood. But what that looks like as people in the imperial core and people who are close to power. And this was because of a DSA candidate who said some very misfortunately phrased things and has come out and rephrased it, thankfully. But it was it got me kind of thinking, if you start having people in positions of power, we're trying to introduce BDS, Green Party officials. I'm asking Morton to help me bring Green councillors and mayoral people on to talk about applying BDS at a council level, which is one option. But see, Dart, you raise a pretty important question. Palestine will only, I think, be free when the wider imperial project fails and or Palestine is given huge military support by other countries. It is... Does anybody think... Again, I won't shout at you. Does anybody think that Israel will allow Palestine to have a state of its own and will agree and will negotiate and can be placed into a peace negotiation that will stop settlers and expansion? Me neither. So what does that mean? Not yeah. What does that mean in terms of I want to talk about the practical side, because you're right, Dart. Violence, resistance, which is struggling at the moment, and we're gonna. I really resisted this because of my frustrations with Hassan. And Norm Finkelstein is a bit of a dick, but I just realised we can watch things and I can condemn the certain use of language and certain phrasing, but we will watch this as well. We can support philosophically that, and all I can do is try and challenge my government and try and explain to people why a two-state solution is genocidal. But he raises this, and it explains something that I have wanted to try and learn how to communicate in a way that I think that we should have a discussion about. Destiny and Norm is using the R word all the time. He uses it in his discussion with Hassan as well. And we do not use that word here. We do not use that word. That word is... I mean, I think it like has a certainly... It certainly has like a different role in British slang. But no, we don't use that word here. It's really ableist. That word is a slur. Exactly. Norm is like a important advocate for Palestine and fucking shit on a lot of other things. Okay, let's get back to Fidel Castro talking about the Cuban Revolution. Like, this is so pertinent. It's mad. You recently said, not referring to socialism in general, but to the USSR in particular, that socialism had been assassinated and stabbed in the back. Remember, this is just as the USSR fell. In this conspiracy of daggers that killed socialism, would you say Gorbachev was one of the assassins? Nope, I could not say that about Gorbachev because I have another view of Gorbachev, and it is one of an assassin who plotted... It is not one of an assassin who plotted the USSR's destruction. The USSR self-destructed in an incredible way. The responsibility for that self-destruction undoubtedly lies in the hands of the country's leaders who led that nation. Now, some of them were aware they were destroying it, and others were not. This is what I was trying to say, more or less, that we saw it from the beginning. I cannot say that Gorbachev played a role in which he was aware of the destruction of the USSR, because I have no doubt that Gorbachev intended to fight to improve socialism. This is quite a hotly debated concept in socialist thought. The collapse and who did it and why. It was essentially people tried to coup like the efforts to ensure that the USSR prevailed, and that failed as well. And I was reading an analysis where it's like, even if that coup succeeded, it would be really hard to govern a population at that point. Like, the material conditions had changed so profoundly from a couple of like changes that were made in terms of like some very, very poor policies in the USSR post Stalin era. Who was the corn guy? Who was your corn man who was like, Russia will be awash with corn, and Russia's like, no, we can't grow that. We can't grow that at all. Yeah, and introduce like certain markets and stuff, you know. I would say that's the slow drip, right? Similar to the adoption of IMF loans in Yugoslavia. Like, we can kind of pinpoint these changes as being fault lines. We approved of Soviet efforts to improve socialism in the USSR, but we could not and would never agree to not only the destruction of socialism in the USSR, but the destruction of the USSR itself. That inflicted terrible damage on all peoples of the world and created a bad situation for the Third World in particular. Imperialism would have been able to disintegrate the Soviet Union had the Soviets not destroyed themselves, and had those responsible for the strategies and tactics and for the country's political and government policies not destroyed that country. In other words, socialism didn't die from natural causes. It was suicide. Socialism was murdered. This is what I meant. Fidel, for most Latin American revolutionary leaders, the current crisis of socialism has a mastermind, Stalin. I hadn't encountered this before. And what Dan said before, it is not accurate to pinpoint Castro or any others as Trots. There are some Trotskyist parties in Latin America, though, like Bolivia being the main one. But I would actually see their political power more as indigenous socialism, looking into the particulars of it. And they have just historically come from a Trotskyist tradition. Is Khrushchev the guy who was like corn? But let's hear the discussion anyway. I don't really know. I have no thoughts. I believe Stalin made big mistakes but showed great wisdom. In my opinion, blaming Stalin for everything that occurred in the Soviet Union would be historical simplism, because no man by himself could have created certain conditions. It would be same as giving Stalin all the credit for what the USSR once was. That is impossible. I believe that the efforts of millions and millions of heroic people contributed to the USSR's development and to its relevant role in the world in favour of hundreds of millions of people. I've criticised Stalin for a lot of things, his violation of legal frameworks. I believe that he committed enormous abuses of power. This is another conviction I've always had. But I feel that Stalin's agricultural policy did not develop a progressive process to socialise land. In my opinion, the land socialisation process should have begun earlier and should have been gradually implemented. I mean, Trotsky enters chat, you know? And some of this is like the benefit of hindsight. Like, how the fuck would they know? And war was rising on the horizon. I think that this analysis is actually right, but I think what it's lacking is the acknowledgement that a lot of this was a reaction to the fact that the German Revolution failed, and the European powers did everything they could to try and kill the USSR. So that's, even though I actually think that these are factually correct, I think they're also not contextualizing it in terms of reactions to decisions. Cuba was and is a work in progress. Every socialist state is. Every socialist state is. And we should push that as the norm for trying to understand socialism. It is communities trying. It is not some ideal. It's reality, man. Whether that be libs trying to shit on it or ultras. Like, you have goals, yes. And people are trying to build strategies to develop that. And I kind of apply that to all socialist states, whether that be, at the time, what was the USSR, Cuba, Venezuela, Korea, China, like all of these places, Vietnam, Laos, right? That is my kind of baseline working with these people, like working assumption. And there was potentially a slightly better way of saying this, even though I agree with these critiques. Stalin's policy prior to the war was totally erroneous. No one can deny that Western powers promoted Hitler until he became a monster. The terrible weakness by Western powers cannot be denied. This had encouraged Hitler's expansionism and Stalin's fear, which led Stalin to do something I will criticise my life, because I believe it was a flagrant violation of principles. Seek peace with Hitler at any cost, stalling for all time. I actually respectfully disagree with Castro here. They built their forces to a point where the Soviet Union basically won the war. Obviously, West Allied forces did play a role as well, of course, but like, I think that this is wrong. So I agree with these analyses. I disagree here. During our revolutionary life, during the relatively long history of the Cuban Revolution, I've never negotiated a single principle to gain time or obtain any practical advantage. My brother in Socialist Christ, you were not being fucking attacked by Nazis surrounding you, and you are an island, which just makes it different, right? And like, Lenin was waiting on the German Revolution, and it didn't happen because our girl, our queen, my brother in Marx, exactly, my girl, my queen, the icon, the moment, Rosa Luxemburg, was fucking killed. And the, I guess, small snapshot that she had in terms of probably applying a combination of democratic socialist beliefs with like absolute frustration at the party that she once was a member of, the Democratic Socialists, set up the Spartacus League, wanted to do a vanguardism takeover and then relinquish power to the people after a time. She was killed. She was murdered. She lost. She died. And the Nazis took over Germany. So there is some stuff here that I agree with Castro, but I fear that this is a critique that is quite unfair, actually. Stalling for time wasn't a luxury. It is how they won the war. It is how the USSR won the conflict. We would be in such a different world if they didn't do that. And that is, even though there are many aspects of Stalin stuff that I really don't like, and I critique, whatever, who cares? That was a decision that saved Europe. The mistake was stopping in Berlin, though, right? The whole of Germany should have been a motherfucking socialist state. God, imagine, because Germany is the fucking economic powerhouse of Europe. Very different world. So I don't think that this is fair. I think that, like, the imperial powers and the violence that Cuba is subject to is just a different thing. So yeah, share a lot of the criticisms, particularly around agricultural policy. Do not share this criticism. During our revolutionary time, we've never negotiated a single principle to obtain any practical advantage. Stalin fell for the famous Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact at a time when the Germans were already demanding the delivery of the Danzig corridor. I feel that far from gaining time, the non-aggression pact reduced time because the war broke out anyway. I'm sorry, I just fundamentally disagree with this. Then, in my opinion, he made another mistake because when Poland was being attacked, he sent troops to occupy the territory, which was disputed because it had a Ukrainian population. I'm not sure. I mean, it was in part the Russian Empire classically, and that is debated about quite hard. I actually don't know enough to critique that line. I'll be really transparent. I believe that the little war against Finland was another terrible mistake. Do agree with that. Stalin made a series of mistakes that were criticized by a large part of the world and which placed communists in a very difficult position by having to support each one of these episodes. Castro. I mean, it's interesting. I think that this is the sort of critique that communists can give one another and socialists can give one another. I do think that there is a lot of, like, immaterialism that's here, but a part of this is probably being people who are, like, outside the imperial core that was Europe and America, although they are obviously subject to the forces of America just peeking over the distance, constantly flying planes and trying to coup the revolution, which America tried a couple of times and were defeated. I understand that places developing nations who are, like, non-aligned in a difficult situation as well. But I fear that he is, like, for some of this, not doing a dialectics to be like, we never had to do X, Y, Z. Great. You applied a different approach to dialectics. And your revolution prevails up till now. I don't know. Maybe they were just, like, really fucking pissed off because they saw the USSR fall. It's a really scary time. And what we're looking at now is some long-term result of the collapse in the international kind of anti-imperial movement in terms of overtly communist states. Because China does not, sadly, fill that role as much as I would love it to, frankly. Okay. The things I mentioned are against principles and doctrine, and they're even in contrary to political wisdom. It's true that there was a period of 1 year and 9 months from which the USSR could have rearmed itself, and it was Hitler was the one who got stronger. If Hitler had declared war on the USSR in 1939, the destruction would have been less than the destruction caused in 1941. I have no idea whether that's true, and if it is, that is a benefit of hindsight that the governance in the USSR did not know at the time. And I just think, yeah, as I keep saying, I just think that's a little unfair. Stalin's character, his terrible distrust of everything made him commit several other mistakes. One of them was falling into the trap of German intrigue and conducting a terrible purge of the armed forces and beheading the Soviet army on the eve of war. There are elements of like paranoia that like a socialist who writes about the Eastern German state, like it was hard to get governance going for a while in the German socialist army because a bunch of like socialists inside Germany who fled to the USSR were actually killed. So obviously all the communists were murdered by the Nazis, but there was about 100 who were killed by the USSR as well. But again, to extend like a kindness to Stalin, because they were at war and they were petrified of Nazis being everywhere. I don't think it was a good decision either. I think you should lock these people up, you know? I'm not at war, you know? What if Rosa... I mean, hello, I can't see shit on this. What if Rosa Luxemburg had WhatsApp? I need German revolution! Rosa! Rosa! I need German revolution! Comrade Luxemburg! German revolution when? That's really funny. That's really funny. Like, left on red, like, Rosa? Are you okay? Has anyone heard from Rosa? Sag. I did like that as well. We could make it better though, Dan. We could make a better one. I actually saw the piano Imagine was recorded on. Right. Like, Rosa Luxemburg! I think I'm going to rail you until you can't stand. Who is this supposed to be? Who the fuck is this supposed to be? That is really funny. Yeah. I believe that Stalin led the USSR well during the war. Yeah. And according to many generals, Zhukov and the most brilliant Soviet general, Stalin played an important role in defending the USSR in the war against Nazism. They all recognized it. I think that there should be an impartial analysis of Stalin. Blaming him for everything that happened would be historical simplism. Simplism. Who is Krupskaya? Interesting how often the discussions we have come up time and time and time again. We're going to move to Cuba shortly. Sorry, to Palestine. Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Someone in somewhere is about to do a genocide denial of Bosnians. No. Nope. The weather here is kind of sort of subtropical. Oh, really? Oh, Lenin's wife. Sorry. That's really fucking funny then. Yeah. Yo, no way. That's so funny. Okay, sorry, my camera just completely short-circuited. Folks, I need some water. I need some water. It's hot as fucking balls in here. I need to piss. John Lennon. Okay, Dan, that was phenomenal. I'm gonna rail you so hard you can't walk. If two femmes want to do that consensually to each other, is all I'm saying, okay? Come the revolution. Dad pun. Folks, just give me a sec. I am going to... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh, my back muscles look shit. I'm going to grab a snack. The only hot sauce that my parents have is sriracha. It's just such a shit hot sauce, isn't it? And this is barbecue sriracha. Whoa, dizzy. Okay. Palestine. We're going to look at the agreement. You'll always have Tabasco. I'm sorry, Tabasco's shit. I think of even Sriracha's better than Tabasco for me. Sorry, Dan. So, oh, I'm in the wrong place. Hold on. Hold on. Trump has said the deal reached to disarm Hamas. But like the specifics is really important here, folks. And Israel's support for the plan is uncertain. Meep, meep. I'm not really a spicy guy. Sweet chili. Fair. So, there are talks. This was from the 30th. So 3 days ago, talks in Cairo between mediators and Hamas leaders on Thursday have led to a phased disarmament agreement in Gaza. But a Hamas official described the deal as a draft, and the US said Israel was skeptical of the militant group that it would surrender its weapons. So, yeah, people were like, Hamas has agreed to disarm, and like, there's a lot of like, I guess, media heads talking that way. It's not complete disarmament for a start. From my understanding, the agreement is around some very, like, basically like larger military like infrastructure and weapons. So not small arms, but rather like, or it's the other way around. Hold on, let's see if it says it here. Can't remember now. Trump said a bunch of bullshit. Today, the Board of Peace, which is a continuation of the genocide, it is the UN signed off declaration for ethnic cleansing. The agreement was a critical step towards Gaza being governed by a new Palestinian government that will work with the so-called Board of Peace.
First time I've seen another planet from space.
At the same time, Israel will have the security it deserves. So, I think that's bollocks. So this is the second phase of Trump's Gaza plan. You have to read between the lines. Handover of weapons could be a sticking point. The reality on the ground in Gaza remains far from the goals of the agreement. Hamas wants Israel to commit to ending attacks on Gaza and withdraw its forces. So this is what I mean. There are like conditions and steps that like are, the headline doesn't explain to you. Like this, and I think that's probably done in a way, actually on purpose, where it's like Hamas have failed and they're giving up. And I think that that's done so that everybody reads the headline, and the headline like literally just comes from the State Department, and the basis of these Cairo talks to kind of present even more this notion of defeat, and that Hamas have like no standards or roles to play, and that they just have capitulated because they've been defeated. And this is where I wanted to go look at the Norm Finkelstein video after. Because he explores this in the early section. It is not yet what will happen regarding light or personal weapons. So that was it. Yeah. The new Hamas stance is accepted. The plan would include the elimination of tunnels, arms stockpiles, and weapon production facilities. A diplomat involved in the talks said by the end of the process there would be no remaining militant infrastructure in Gaza. I just like press X to doubt. You know what I mean? It is unclear how many forces would be available to deploy with the planned international stabilization force, and whether Israeli troops would withdraw from the enclave. What do you think? There's an election for Israel in October. Probably who wins will dictate that. I can't tell you the specifics of Israeli domestic politics. The lovely Ray K is the person who you need to be watching for that. Darren, can we do a shouty for Ray, please? A good friend of the show, the lovely, the wonderful Ray K, who speaks like a bazillion different languages and is great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Health officials have said... Did someone else do it? Whoever did it, thank you. Have killed 2 children, a woman and 3 men in Gaza. Israel military said it stuck Hamas militants in the enclave. Bollocks. Hi, Ninja. Ceasefire in Gaza has been repeatedly violated, with more than 1,200 Palestinians, mostly civilians, being killed by Israeli attacks, and 4 Israeli soldiers being killed by militants since the truce began in October, according to Gaza health officials. Dan. Oh god, they're gonna form a union against me, lads. Right. God. What's that? Yeah. Wait, what? Nah. Lucas is shocked that Israel... What?
This
historic factory was...
I stood on the banks.
What? Of course they're fucking sending machinery for genocide. It'd be really bad if that fucking factory got broken into. I don't want to watch all of this, but that's in Newcastle, right? Is this just like a normal person? Is this a normal bloke? Hold on. We'll watch this bit.
British Palestinian activist Jason Hussein.
It's Palestinian activist.
Where are we now?
We are across the river from Raphael, aka Pearson Engineering. It's an Israeli state-owned factory, the only one in the UK, and you can see how big it is.
Yeah, it's a massive site, isn't it? And you've actually got family from Palestine?
Yeah. So my dad's from the West Bank, from Hawara, which is next to Nablus, and that is has been subject to repeated pogrom. And he now lives in Jordan, so he was displaced in '67.
And Pearson say nothing made at this factory is actually supplied to the IDF.
Bollocks.
But it's owned by Raphael.
Yeah, absolute bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do Raphael make?
We know that spike missiles have been made that killed the world's central kitchen health workers in Gaza. But they also do...
That's a British citizen, just so you know. I know that shouldn't matter because so many Palestinians are dying, but it just shows that literally our governments will kill us, allow us to be killed before they fucking change their stance on Israel. Fucking cunts.
Some of the equipment made in there, or the components at least, or the way they advertise it is to help with crowd control.
They'll be made everywhere, but it's one
like
of the
that,
things that's made in that factory, yeah.
My argument has always been, even if that factory made teddy bears and candy floss, it's still going in to the coffer of a genocidal state.
Did you ever think, as someone who's
I condemn
Palestinian,
I condemn anybody with wire cutters that can swim. I condemn any efforts that they could ever make to cut through that fence. And by the looks of things, there are a couple of entry points. And like, I condemn their efforts to try and get inside there and smash it up. That would be awful. That'd be really bad.
living in Newcastle, that you'd end up with an Israeli-owned arms factory just up the river?
No, not at all. And it's really hard when, you know, Palestinians are being subjugated, murdered, genocided, raped, tortured, because you feel quite helpless. And then this is on your doorstep. There's like literally something.
Yeah, don't.
One of my core aims
trespass.
In my spare time is to bring as much attention and focus to
That's
that
illegal.
abomination as I can possibly.
Pro-Palestine activists have held weekly protests at this factory since 2023, with protesters blocking goods from leaving the site and even breaking in and climbing on the roof.
I mean, this is the...
Gosh, how naughty. We hate those people there. We hate those people. Wow.
This obviously is the main entranceway to the plant here. So this is where all of the vehicles bringing in goods and taking finished products away come in, and where all the workers come in as well.
And is this where, from looking at the videos, this is where the protests take place?
Yeah, I mean this area here. So I understand this is where the blockade takes place. This is the entranceway here. So people will stand blocking.
There's so much barbed wire around here. But as some people have got up onto the roof of that little security box? Or
it was amazing. This was in January, February last year. Three
naughty people.
Did an action. They climbed up onto the roof here, occupied the roof, if you like, for about 4 or 5 hours. Did some decoration on the signage there, and basically disrupted the plant for at least 12
yeah,
days.
it really would.
Guilty of criminal damage earlier on.
God, it'd be so bad.
Last month, and due to be sentenced at the end of April. But yeah, they took very courageous action, and again, it's just drawing attention to what was actually happening here.
The 3 activists were sentenced at Newcastle.
Actual icons, though. I mean, I condemn. But like slay? These people who are wholeheartedly condemned are absolutely slaying. Oh my word, iconic. God, how terrible of them to try and prevent a genocide.
Magistrates' Court in May. Although they were spared jail, they were ordered to do...
Condemned, exactly. Condemned.
The state is still protecting the factory through policing. Last year, Declassified found that...
I'm trying to tell her, they're so iconic. Oh my god.
...been used to police protesters.
Slay!
Police response has been disproportionate on all occasions. I mean, sometimes you might only have 7 or 8 protesters here, and you'll have 6 or 7 police vehicles, 15 police officers. And at times, the police have been quite aggressive in their tactics in terms of pushing people. The police working together with the security officers here.
Of course. Well, what do you think?
One of the protesters on one occasion. But they're hoping, I think, that by a massive display of force, occasionally being quite aggressive in their use of force, that they're hoping to intimidate people, but it's having the opposite effect.
Despite the police's heavy-handedness, activists are still holding regular blockades at the factory. But not everyone in Newcastle feels so free to speak out. We visited the city in the wake of some high-profile attacks on Green Party leaders at Polanski by Keir Starmer and Met Police Chief Mark Rowley, ahead of the local elections. Both effectively accused the Green Party of being anti-Semitic. This message appears to have had a chilling effect on many of the young professionals who we met in the market.
I don't know if you could guess which foreign state acquired that factory.
Oh, I don't fancy going there at the moment.
No,
I'm not going to touch upon that.
Okay, well, it was Israel, yeah.
That was going to be my second guess. After America.
Okay, America and then Israel.
Right. All the best,
see you
mate.
later. Right, you take care.
You're away.
Lovely to see you. Bye bye. Bye bye.
I'm going to step back from it and not give any further comment if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's scary because that's the chilling effect that the fucking state wants. Oh, the thing is, right? That's really interesting. Oh, aye, pal. Fuck Israel, obviously. I know. But don't look at me. So everyone knows it, right? Everyone knows. Everyone in that region knows. But I feel like creating conditions of not being able to challenge it. I was thinking that as well, Dan. I was thinking that. Let's stay in contact, babes. I was like, I might reach out to some people who are awful and I condemn. And the Green website I could maybe take with me because they don't give a shit what you stream. But Twitch probably would say no. Yeah. It's actually in between where we live as well.
Do you just feel uncomfortable?
A little bit,
yeah.
Genocide is anti-Semitic, yeah, but you know, like, people...
That's okay, that's absolutely fine.
Are not encouraged to think that way. They're not encouraged to think of Palestinians as people, first and foremost.
What local people think about that, really?
It's lax as fuck, yeah, it is.
No worries, thank you, have a good day.
Yeah, see? But that's interesting. No, you were right at first, Lax, with an X. That's really interesting because...
Well, we're here inside this incredible market in Newcastle city centre. I was watching...
Because people are like, I know, and we'll talk about it, though, because you get me in trouble. I think that builds a resentment.
Doing those vox pops and talking to people in Newcastle, and particularly the older voters. I say voters because this is just after the local elections happened yesterday, and Newcastle was a Labour stronghold, and a lot of it has gone to reform. How did you feel that context was kind of playing out in the conversations you were trying to have with them about this factory being sold off, not just to Israel, but to a foreign power?
I think there's definitely a sense in this region. I mean, we heard it in the Vox Pops that things have changed, things have gone, things have been lost from the region. And that is certainly felt through ownership of resources being sold off and dissatisfaction at that. And I think that is quite a powerful message for reform to tap into, to say, you know, things have changed, that your cities don't look like they used to anymore. Of course, there then isn't the explanation beneath that about why resources have been sold off, fundamentally why they've been privatized. And then what I noticed was that there was a nervousness as soon as we talked about Israel. As soon as we mentioned it was an Israeli state-owned factory now, there was a nervousness about that. Some were really shocked and taken aback and dissatisfied that why should a foreign state own a factory that's sat in that location for over 175 years, is now owned by a foreign state. And then I think some people really actually nervous to talk about Israel at all. And we could interpret that in a couple of ways, couldn't we? Either supportive of Israel, but I think on reflection, some of it is about a nervousness to be talking about Israel at all.
Yeah.
To be associated with what they've done.
Yeah, I don't think that I do not believe that what we saw there was support of Israel at all. Did anybody read the social cues of what people were doing there and be like, yeah, definitely that's like, oh, you're in an ad. Fuck. For those who aren't in an ad, did anybody read that as like, yeah, no, I definitely believe that they love Israel and they just like don't want to share their love of Israel? I just like totally read that situation a completely different time. A completely different way. I apologize. The first guy was like, I want to talk about this, but I can't. Yeah. Average normie and doesn't want to rock the boat. Yeah. Not wanting to be filmed on camera does not equate to supporting Israel. Yeah. Hi, Mama. I didn't read it as support. Yeah, I think that this is like, people are like, I don't want to be harassed because I'm just like a poor worker. I don't want to be harassed by a flood of like right-wing bots and real haters on my own personal social media for or at work, right? Because that happens, for coming out in support of Palestine and condemning Israel. That's, hey, this my job and I can do whatever the fuck I want within terms of service. And I strongly hate Israel and its existence, and I want the ending of the apartheid regime. Automod is drunk? What happened? I'm talking about the factory. Genuinely want to visit the... I'm not talking about that I haven't been for a decade. Oh, okay. I was, so never mind. I think they don't trust the cameras. They're aware of the role that like social media can play, and that Israeli bots can like track you down and ruin your life, basically. That's how I read it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Laura. It's been really interesting to get out of London, come to the north.
Thank you for that. Let's take a look, not at that, at the conversation again with Norm. So.
Western psychic demons, similar to how Birth of a Nation incited lynchings with October 7, but it actually very quickly shifts. Start off with October 7 and you immediately...
Why is this torture? Norm or Hassan? Hassan doesn't really talk in it. Supporters of Israeli state and Zionism tend to be vocal and shameless in their endorsements. They do. I met a guy the other week and I had to play it really... I was talking to my mum about why my granddad hated Germans, and it's because Nazi Germany took over Norway and like killed a bunch of people, and my dad was my granddad, was a part of the resistance. And I was actually trying to use that to explain why some people in Palestine say they hate Jews, and it's because it's the same reason my granddad said he hated Germans. And I was having this conversation. It was quite a complex conversation, but my mum was listening and it was good. And I was like, so the reason is, because X, Y, Z. And this guy interrupted and was like, are you speaking about Nazis? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, yep, I think the state of Israel should defend itself against Nazis. And I was like, oh, fucking hell. And I was like, I support Palestine. Like, that's all you can say. You can say nothing, or just like, I support Palestine. The end. I don't know what to say. I grew up in the local Jewish community. I love Jewish people, but fuck Israel and their flock of murderers they call the government. Israel is not a does not, I guess, support. Israel is not a Jewish state, okay, in terms of a religious phenomenon. There are we have people here who are Jewish folks. I'm trying to find the best way to phrase this. Sorry, I'm not doing a very good job. They want you to conflate Judaism with Israel. Judaism transcends the state of Israel. They use the concept of Judaism to try and maintain an ideological settler colonial, like purity Nazi approach to, like, what's the word? Birthright. They do not represent Jewish people. Does the Constitution promote one faith over others? Yeah. Yes. Yes, it does. The basic law of Israel is the nation state of the Jewish people. It specifies that the country's significance to the Jewish people. It's symbolic, but it's basically, yeah. The law outlines the numbers of roles and responsibilities on which Israel is bound in order to fulfill the purpose of serving as the Jewish people's nation state. However, it was met with sharp backlash. After it was passed, several groups in the diaspora made a concern because it was violating its self-defined status as a Jewish and democratic state in exchange for adopting an exclusively Jewish identity. To be honest, I think that this makes it easier for us to understand the form. The mask is just constantly slipping with Israel, and Norm goes into this. So, Dan, we thank you for bringing it up. Norm is very problematic on a lot of topics that are not Palestine. He talks about something that I would like us to talk about in terms, I want to contextualize it, how beyond the conversations we have, beyond the fundraising that we do for families, beyond the support that we give Palestinians and champion their platforms right here, how do we support Palestine meaningfully? That's what I want us to think about. Yes, very much so. Well, it's important because he's a media personality, and people need to know that you shouldn't listen to Norm on anything else, because he is a reactionary moron who's like, woke people are ruining the world. No, Nazis are ruining the world. Woke people are just sometimes slightly annoying and too much, okay? But underneath that, often there is an idea of social justice that's actually important, including the liberation of Palestinian people. It's just he's a bit the Me Too movement, he took that personally. And he really likes Noam Chomsky, and I'm like, my brother in Christ, I just would not be bringing that up no more. I would not be bringing that up no more. Wait, there's the Constitution as well. Jewish and democratic is the Israeli ethos. Yeah. Israel's Jewish and democratic values are grounded in existing constitutional documents. The Declaration of Independence proclaimed the Jewish and democratic nature of Israel. It absolutely has. It's Jewish supremacy, and it's just getting more overt and brazen with it. I remember the day that I learned how originally Jewish folk were going to get an enclave in Bavaria. Uganda, of all places, was proposed as well. But Europeans were like, no, we don't like Jewish people, so we shipped them off to the Middle East. And there's it's a geopolitical region where Western control was slipping, and Israel offered Western powers the capacity to have a fighting base. Remember, for a long time, the people who are Abraham Accord aligned now were not allies of America, right? This is a long-term project. Yeah, Norm is a transphobic piece of shit, and also with Chomsky, I just got one. I want one thing to say. Just say, I'm sorry, anarchists, that I've read Manufacturing Consent 2 and it's really good. Yeah. So he's like, me and my friend Chomsky, and I'm like, who is Chomsky there with? Girl. Are you being serious? Are you being serious right now? Are you memeing or are you being serious? I don't know whether he's CIA. There's no direct evidence of that I've seen. But yeah. Joke? Okay, good. I was like, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, the New York financier. Which guy? The financier, famous financier, yeah? Yeah, him. Yeah, definitely. definitely. Welcome in as well. Was the first literature I read that gave me a different perspective. I also have read him and think he's very good. I just don't really want to speak about him anymore. Case in point. So when he's like, you'll see in this discussion, me and Chomsky hanging out talking about Israel. I'm like, maybe talk about someone else. That's probably not the best idea. Sometimes people with good ideas are terrible monsters. Yes, I don't know if Chomsky himself is a terrible monster, but he sure kept the company of. Which is enough for me to be like, nah, I'm a pass on that, thanks. I'm a pass on that. Parenti's inventing reality is better than manufacturing consent. I think that I like Parenti's videos. I'm a fucking nerd, right? But his sourcing for his books are so bad. Surely a socialist somewhere can do like a much better job. Like his yellow shit, I fuck with. I'm like, hell yeah. But like, that is important to me because I like to read like what you've based your claims and analysis on. Like, that's not just an academic exercise. It's allowing me to understand whether the methodology that's implied is good or not. And I don't know. I can't tell you because the sourcing's terrible. But good ideas can only come from cultural heroes. I wish I still had the Chomsky Epstein shit up. Okay. Yes. So let's watch this. Fuck Norm Finkelstein, Thinkadink, Free Palestine. But some stuff comes up, and I do think it's. Oh my god! Sorry, you're just. What world do we live in? My brain hurts. Chomsky was friends with Einstein. Girl, I'ma ban you. Look, it's me in the corner. Just like, I know I'm like yapping a lot here, but I do want to make a preamble because he's going to say some stuff that you should definitely ignore, and then he's going to say some stuff that I'd like for us to discuss, because I'm like, kind of like that guy was saying earlier, I feel very powerless in terms of how to support Palestine. I can't go to jail because I will like literally die in jail. Like, I'm severely immunocompromised. He's memeing. I know some stuff is being a dickhead. I'm just taking the piss. I know you fucking are, you knobhead. You're lucky we love you. It's fine, don't worry. What was I saying? Yeah, I feel like I don't, beyond like offering people humanitarian aid and talking about it, I just don't know what to do. We're going to finish today as well by looking at Kashmir, just so you know, because shit's popping off in Kashmir again, and Arun is probably your guy to go to like properly understand, but I have got some stuff I'd like to look at reading wise.
In the beginning of the book, you not only document the ways in which the Israeli government engaged in atrocity, but you actually
I was about to bonk you with my comically
the
spoon.
Western media, the Western officials, the international
institutions. Don't tell Castro.
You wrote the Gaza's Grave Diggers with the explicit purpose of documenting the institutional corruption that supported the genocide of Palestinians rather than Israel's actions themselves, though. That was a deliberate effort. You open the book referencing the fifth labor of Hercules, in which he's ordered to clean out the Augean stables filled with animal poop. This metaphor extends to the entirety of the book. Can you explain the reference to both myself and the viewers, and why do you believe it's necessary to focus the story on the institutions that insulated and supported Israel rather than Israel itself?
Well, I think that's a very good question. I did not
attacked.
Hold people
Biden.
accountable,
They
especially
had
if they're
some
tired of
passing
being.
remarks about Mr. Blinken.
Yeah, I guess
They
the
certainly didn't focus
ANC
much attention on Mr. Netanyahu,
never
on
gave
his
up.
cohorts, because the simple
always darkest
reason
before
is,
the
when I
dawn.
wrote several books on Gaza, the record was not known. It was sort of hidden away, collecting
Is this loud
dust
enough for
in
people?
human rights reports. Even the Human Rights Organization. they
That's
do their
a
research,
hard.
and they're supposed
Thank you
to
for
be a second
apologising and
step.
respecting
They're
Dan's
supposed to
boundaries.
lobby
There.
on the basis of
Just
their
going to grab
research.
another
The
drink.
second step never came.
I've given the preamble about how Norm needs to be.
Preserve the historical record.
You
And
know.
the purpose was because
He kind of full of shit as well.
I could say a large chunk of my life now sits on my bookshelves at home, with just not thousands, but tens of thousands of pages printed out of human rights reports. I wanted to document for history the record. That wasn't necessary with Gaza. Gaza now, everybody knows who wants to know. Everybody knows what's going on. And I felt to simply document the record again was a waste of time. The record is known, and also the perpetrators are known. They'll probably, in my generation, the slogan was, hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? Referring to Lyndon Baines Johnson, the president during the war in Vietnam. I think Genocide Joe is going to go down also.
Yeah.
That will be remembered. So all of that seemed superfluous to go through the record again. If I had great narrative powers, I would have done it. I don't know if you've read, and I don't know if even your viewers will know. It was a wonderful, wonderful book written on the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982. It's long forgotten now, but between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians. It was, up until Gaza was by far the biggest bloodletting. And there was a British historian, a British journalist, Robert Fisk, and he wrote this book, Pity the Nation. It's really breathtaking. It's a breathtaking piece of narrative history. I don't have those narrative powers. I have good expository powers. I can sit down, analyze a document, and I can logically go through it, and I don't leave any wiggle room. You're cornered, you're trapped, it's case closed. So I didn't
Remember, folks, we are two subscribe options away from Othello.
I wanted to look at agencies, institutions.
Othello, the best dog of all time.
The Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the UN Commissions of Inquiry, Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and where you expect better, and to hold them accountable, not just the usual suspects, but also other people who, because of careerism, cupidity, cowardice, they sold their souls. Now, I want to be clear. The record was not terrible by the international institutions. It was not. We don't want a straw man. It was not terrible. The statements by the UN senior officials like Philippe Lazzarini, the head of UNRWA, Gutierrez, a lot of it was quite good. And I acknowledge that. But there were other things that were terrible. Now, so far I've spoken in abstract.
We're gonna dial in on that for sure.
So let me just, since that's coming later.
Yeah.
So that was my, so to speak, my modus operandi.
Yeah.
When I wrote Gaza, an inquest into its martyrdom, nobody knew any of this. And it's a terrible story. I won't call it tragic, because the Greek term tragic means the fate was preordained. It's not preordained. This was systematic, methodical, and intentional.
Yeah.
But it's a horrible history, and I wrote to chronicle. This time, no, I wrote to indict, to hold these people accountable. And I still hope they will be held accountable.
Yeah.
There are certain officials who either should be censured or they should be ousted from office. And I named them very clearly.
Yeah. And we're going to get to that. But I do want to start with your prologue, because the book opens briefly with October 7, but it actually very quickly shifts into
Mr. Bonarelli.
And despite ordering his followers to kill all white people, he's now
we've only just started, and
before he
Norm is a dick, but we will
to live and die in thraldom. What did Nat Turner have? You also
there's an important question he raises, and I'd like us to discuss
Lord
it.
Garrison expressed horror over the events that took place, but blamed the white slave-owning population, saying, "We have warned our countrymen of the danger of persisting in their unrighteous conduct." I've also
Thank you,
utilized the
President.
Nat Turner Rebellion example when referencing October 7. You have as well. I've seen your interactions on Piers Morgan, which is, an interesting affair. We can talk about that later as well. But I wanted to hear, do you view yourself as a modern day equivalent of the white abolitionist after writing about the Zionist oppression of Palestine for over 4 decades now? And obviously, you're probably a little too humble to answer that in a similar manner. But what other warnings have been ignored that you've been ringing the alarm bells on?
First of all, one has to acknowledge one's precursors, and one has to acknowledge one's current collaborator. There have been many people. It's still a small number, but there's still a number. My precursors were people like Noam Chomsky, Israel Shahar from the country Israel, Edward Said. They came before me, and in many ways, I learned from them both their steadfastness and also their mental powers, their dedication, their conscientiousness. I would say now I've entered the age where they're gone. They're not on the scene anymore. And so the mantle has, so to speak, with time.
I don't know enough.
I had any great powers of prediction.
Edward Said is very
My
good.
analysis since October 7th, I believe, has been borne out. But in general, those who predicted that if Israel continued with the occupation, it was going to be a dramatic deterioration in Israeli society. There was a fellow, I suspect you've never even heard of him, Yeshayahu Leibovich, and he was Israel's great philosopher. He had 4 PhDs, really smart guy. And he, along with
4
a certain
PhDs,
number of
Jesus.
others, said as early as 1967, this occupation is going to be a complete disaster. He coined the phrase, by the way, Yeshayahu Leibovich, who was the most revered intellectual in Israel. He coined the phrase, Israel's turning into a country of Judeo-Nazis.
People will say that term actually originated from David Duke sometimes.
No.
What's
David Duke
interesting-
was not bright enough to originate the
So
term.
what's interesting on that point that you just mentioned is one of the examples that I often use is the horror in reaction to the Deir Yassin massacre from the likes of Albert Einstein, who has gone back and forth and has a more complex, I think, experience with Zionism and what it turned into. But his commitment to binationalism and living alongside
That's good.
peacefully
Down.
with the Jewish and the Palestinian population was very clear. And he is the example that I usually go to, which is really interesting because The Atlantic actually wrote a whole article on me deploying the Albert Einstein example, saying that this was actually wrong, that Albert Einstein was a huge Zionist and loves Israel, and I was lying about his background. Are you familiar with some of the things that Einstein has said about...
I've read his writings. I have to say...
Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. I don't really want to watch Hassan and that stuff. Which... Here. I think this is it. Ethnic cleansing. The contest reeks of misogyny. Wait, what contest? For leadership, you mean? Sorry, I can't be bothered to listen to like the yapping.
Yeah.
It's
No,
very
kind of dumb with Hassan.
where he says that unlike the apartheid in South Africa, where there was
The
utility,
video is like 3 hours. We're not watching all of it.
90% of the entire population as a part of the labor force. Israeli society broadly just wants to ethnically cleanse the indigenous population and would rather hire outside labor from Thailand or numerous other places.
It is very long.
Around the
It's
world.
a long
I
discussion.
don't know which is the right analogy.
Yeah.
It was very striking to me when I was reading about the abolitionists, including Douglas, by the way. They were very, very harsh on the Native Americans. They didn't have any good words or kind words to say. They all saw them. I'm talking about Douglas, Sumner, the others. They all saw the Native Americans as savages. And it was, if the Euro-American project was to advance, they had to be pushed aside. It was zero sum. There was no notion that we can live together. So the question is, which is the Israeli experience closer to?
No, it's okay.
I'm inclined.
You have to be
Look,
quiet,
I don't
love.
want to be totally
Yap away.
pessimistic about it.
Just
And
I'm not sure how many people will know about that.
you could say Germany and Japan were horror shows during the first third of the 20th century. They were, you could say, at the extreme end of imperialist, racist countries. Okay?
This is what I want. This is the
say,
topic that I
okay,
wanted to
Germany
explore.
and Japan, they're no longer horror shows. That's true. and they're probably on the more Pacific end of the political spectrum. But the Jewish question was solved. It was solved by their extermination. So they didn't have to contend with it
There's
anymore.
also still a lot of residual racism in Japanese society as well.
Right.
I'm not even talking about the German
Yes,
philo-Semitism,
right.
Yeah.
Look, there are all sorts of nuances, but the bottom line is, yes, it's true. Germany today is very far from what Germany was in the 1930s, but it's also true to say the Jewish question was solved. It was solved by their extermination. The Native American question was basically solved in our country by their expulsion, and significantly, not entirely, but there were significantly elements of extermination. As I said.
So it is quite important, remember, because we support indigenous resistance here and existence. Like, yep, there was a pretty sustained genocide against all nations, all bands, clans, tribes. It is not finished in terms of there are indigenous people who are fighting for their rights right now, and we support them. So is it substantially on the back foot? Like, yes, of course, but it is important to be slightly nuanced about that. If you look at Palestine and you equate, as you should, the settler colonial project to the project that exists in Turtle Island, Canada, America, and I think the tail is Mexico. You need to understand that, right? You need to understand that land back for Palestine also means land back for your neighbors who are indigenous. And I mean, I do see like leftist groups in America making more efforts to kind of incorporate indigenous affairs into like political party structures and policies. I would just say, whenever I meet anyone from America in a political dynamic, I'm like, do you get involved with indigenous liberation? That's like my question before what party they're in. And that's because you're on stolen land. Okay? Don't know how else to tell it to you. And their enemy, the US government, is also your fucking enemy. Also, Turtle Island Tuesday is obviously like paused now because I'm going to be working now. I've spoken to Boar. Boar's moving into a new house anyway, so we're pausing it. They're going to stream, and I will, in the Discord, if someone does ! Discord, because we're going through like a bunch of readings, Marxist readings and analysis from an indigenous writer that's like basically indigenous liberation through a Marxist lens. And it's been useful, I think, to shape around stuff, to have that discussion for the Marxists who are settlers or non-settlers, but in like some like ex-decaying imperial core country like me. Ironically, the country that colonized my people, but whatever, right? That's often the way when it comes to colonization. But I can, in the Discord, shout out when they are going live and discussing things a bit more. But they're moving house. I'm doing my consultancy. So just, it's paused, basically, a little bit for now. Okay, sorry, back to this.
I don't want to be totally pessimistic, though. One thing I am totally pessimistic about, the current mindset of the Israelis, it's just off the charts. One thing I think is there are several misunderstandings about the conflict. And one misunderstanding is it's not a war. There was never a war in Gaza.
This is
every time you use the word war to describe what happened in
this is difficult. This is what I wanted us to have a conversation about. On the one hand, you have Israel trying to use the term war in order to whitewash a genocide. On the other hand, it's kind of both, right? It's kind of both. And then on the other hand, you have the reality that the resistance is pushing back when it can. As I've said before, Boy George making songs, good lord, don't remind us. As I've said before, the RDF are fucking cowards. When it comes to fighting on the ground, they often lose. Lol. So what do? They carpet bomb everywhere. And because the Palestinians in Gaza don't have access to that much anti-aircraft or like an equivalent of the Iron Dome substantially, that's why we are seeing just fucking miles upon miles of rubble. By design, and the design is ethnic cleansing. So I think that you actually have to call it both a genocide and a war, because you don't. I think I understand what he's trying to get at, and I'm interested in people's thoughts here as well. What he is trying to do is counteract Israeli propaganda. But Hamas and other resistance groups are fighting, have put up a resistance. So it is kind of both. I'm trying to think if there's a parallel in Ireland. Some argue that genocide can happen within wars. I suppose when we think of the Bosnian genocide and the breakup of Yugoslavia, that would be a genocide within a wider war as well, wouldn't it? Rwanda was not within a war, but it was a response to ongoing conflict and crashing coffee prices and stuff. But yeah, calling it a war detracts from the power imbalance. Do you think that there is a way to... There is a power imbalance. There's a massive power imbalance. Simultaneously, obviously the resistance fighters fucking fight. Do you know what I mean? Do you feel that there is a way to... Do you think, Recorder, I guess, do you think calling it a genocide does a disservice to the people who are in Palestine right now and who are fighting against the fucking terrorist genocidal state that is Israel? Because I've been thinking about this a lot, and a part of that is, I think, trying to encourage people to think of, put your own opinions aside in terms of Hamas. It's not for us, that's for the Palestinian people to work out the nuance, regardless of what you might think. People have to start thinking of Hamas as political operatives and representatives of Palestine, not bad people in Palestine. Quite liked. In fact, their popularity has soared because they're defending Palestinians against a genocidal state quite directly. I don't know. Link to the vid? Yeah. I think it's worth unpicking anyway. Let me put it that way, as a discussion.
In Gaza, you become...
I do understand the point that he's making here, though.
A tool of Israeli propaganda.
Yeah.
Once
I realize I don't know the exact definition of war.
Describe the unfolding of events. Israel has won 90% of the propaganda battle. Once we two are sitting here, you may say you're against what's happening. I say
armed conflict between states or militias or institutions?
Establish as the common language the war in Gaza. Israel has won 90%. There was never a war in Gaza.
Yeah.
A war denotes something very clear. It denotes you're trying to inflict a military defeat on the opposing army. That's what a war is, to inflict a military defeat on the opposing army. Now, in the course of a war, civilians sometimes get killed. That's called, the technical term, collateral damage.
Yeah.
Also, virtually every war, but not every war, but virtually every war, has a terror component. That is, you're targeting the civilians in order to break the will of the other side. But even when you have a terroristic component, the goal is to inflict that military defeat. A genocide.
Hi, Mohammed. Hope you're well, my love.
The goal of the genocide is to exterminate the civilian population.
Yeah.
It's not collateral damage. It's not even a secondary component like in terror bombing. It's the goal. And defeating the military in a genocide is completely secondary. You're not trying to defeat the military in a genocide. You're trying to extinguish the whole population.
Yeah.
So if you take the case of Gaza, I know there are a lot of people on the left who like to say, you know, Hamas is resisting and Hamas has put up a resistance and Israel hasn't achieved its aim. That's just fantasy. If I were to ask you, you followed events closely since October 7th. Can you name me one battle in Gaza?
Okay, I think maybe there is a distinction, hear me out, between short-term and long-term victories. Short-term, yeah, I don't think it would be fair to our Palestinian friends to look them in the eye and say, you know, your country's resisting at a level where it's able right now to push Israel back. Sadly, that's not the reality, even though there's been some pretty valiant fighting in terms of on-the-ground stuff. Like, there is quite a large-scale occupation by Israeli forces, who I don't think will ever leave. I do not trust Israel. So I would say yes, short term, but I think as leftists, it's important to understand as well, we're saying long term, the revolution, which is in the heart of every Palestinian, is not dead. And that is important to reflect on. Do you understand what I mean? Like, again, actually, I come back. Do you folks know that some armed Irish people tried to fight the Brits during our genocide? This is quite a few years before 1916. Just 100 years off. They failed. Half of the population of Ireland gone. Like, gone, babies starved to death in their cribs. Probably the darkest time for our people, complete subjugation of the entire island, and actually at the time the nascent revolutionary forces that were emerging were all killed. They were killed and arrested. We still won. We still won Ireland. Ireland is ours. Fuck off, British soldier. Like, we won. We got our fucking country back. Because what I think this is people speaking on slightly different levels. So I would say in terms of short-term thinking, Norm is sadly right. It's not fair to paint everything as like a complete destruction of like resistance forces. I think it would be fair to say that they've put up as much of a fight as they technically can with limited resources, right? And those are people trying to defend their livelihoods and the lives of their fucking citizens in the context of a genocide. And remember, like, they haven't been supported by many powers outside of, like, Iran and stuff, right? Long term, Palestine is not dead. Long term, this is not fucking over, I think is what's really important to stress. And I bring up Ireland for that very specific reason. Again, I need to stress the genocide of Ireland was so fucking... It's like, guys, 40% of the population. 40%. 40 fucking percent. Millions of people dead. Like, whole towns gone in Ireland. Because of the Brits and the compradors that work with them, shipping food out. and the people of the fields starved. We still got our state back. And the British state had vastly superior military power. That is, I think, what I encourage people to think of when they hear this. And do you know what I mean? I'm not going to say right now it's a good situation. I don't think it is. But that's what I'm trying to, I guess I, as a left, quote unquote, norm leftist, am trying to encourage people to think. Like the Soweto fucking massacre was like, I think like 5 years before the end of apartheid. Like, history is a funny beast. And as long as there's fucking Palestinians in this world, there is a resistance. And that is important to hold on to, even if materially right now, it's absolutely on the fucking back foot and substantially weakened. I think it would be patronizing an audience to not deal with that fucking objective reality when we're looking at the destruction of entire cities. You know, you've all seen the pictures of Gaza. It's horrific. There were Germans who fought against the mustachioed man, and we can safely assume some Israelis try to help the Palestinians. Jack, I used to think that for a long time. I did, actually, for a long time. And I don't believe that anymore. I think that the good people of Israel have left. We know a few. They're on Twitch. And they actually would say the same as me here. Something I didn't realize, I think, until this year, after the past 2 years, maybe, after watching Reiki, is I didn't realize quite how explicitly genocidal the Israeli project is, and how they basically fight over how to do a genocide. They don't disagree with the genocide. It is any form of Zionism is ideologically genocidal. Materially, genocidal, regardless of how they approach it ideologically. I guess I think that I personally believe that the only way that Israel can change is through being militarily defeated. I don't think that they will ever change. They've been completely emboldened, and now Norm does talk about this a bit later in the video, but they never fucking, when has there been any accountability for Israel? Ever? When? Where? They're doing a fucking genocide, and, all these Western powers are like, more of my land, more money. Exactly. So they're just really explicit now. We watch TV with Ray, and Israelis are like, we want to fucking kill Palestine. It's ridiculous. It's disgusting. And they're able to get away with it all the time because if you challenge it, it's anti-Semitic, blah, blah, blah. To come full circle to what we saw earlier, that's why people are afraid. There is no accountability to the worst, that's the wrong way of saying it, to a horrific fucking genocidal state. What if a good person does not have the means to leave? There is somebody in our server, and so Jack, the reality is 90%, 95% of the population in Israel are the ideological approach that I just told you. There are some people, there's a guy who's in our server who joins us sometimes. I'm gonna respect his privacy. He's not doing well, though, let me put it that way. And I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't think he does either, to be honest. I don't know. It's really fucking hard because everyone in Israel wants to murder almost, okay, let's say 95% of people in Israel just argue with each other about how to kill Palestinians. Does anyone have a link to that fucking interview with that woman? Someone here will know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's like, she's in Israel. How do you view yourself politically? I'm a centrist. What about Palestinian people? I want to fucking bomb them all. That's the point that I'm getting at. And I don't think I realized how vast the number of people there who think that way in Israel is. I was naive, and I think until the past year or two, I thought that there was a population that could be empowered inside Israel that could change. I no longer believe that. After seeing underneath the hood and experiencing the TV and the media of Israel. And look, like, again, hi Parkos, it may have been Abby Martin. I'm not sure. No, it's not Abby Martin. No. I do think that I know the video you're talking about. It's not that one. It's very similar to that one, though. Thank you, Recorder. If this is it, you're a fucking legend. Oh my god. Recorder's amazing. This is exactly what I was thinking of. Thank you so much, Recorder.
אמצע. מה זה ניצחון בעיניי? למחוק אותם? שתי מדינות לשני עמים.
Sorry. It's worse than I thought of. It's worse than I thought. Start that again.
פצצת אטום, כדי שנחיה.
An atomic bomb. Can we live with Arabs? No. A good Arab is a dead Arab. Are you left wing? I'm in the center.
למחוק אותם?
Wipe them out. When in Israel, you do not publicly criticize the persecution and expect to use the internet. I don't buy that shit at all. There's no hesitation. There's no, sorry, Jack. I don't think you're right. I think that we have all seen the polling data. Morning, Olo. We've all seen the people breaking down like prison walls to unlock the rapists who raped Palestinian people on fucking TV, CCTV, sorry, and it was shown on TV, and then when they were held to be criminally charged, a bunch of people broke in to the prison and supported the rapists. That's what I see. And then I see the polling data that has, in fact, let's try and find, sorry, I don't want to be like delicate about this anymore. I think it's really important for people to cast this illusion off because of what I'm talking about in terms of how we consider externally supporting the Palestinian cause as we continue with supporting Palestinian. This is a very interesting take. I got cancelled for less. You got cancelled for less than me. So I am saying I believe that the political paradigm in terms of the ideological approach in Israel is explicitly genocidal. I firmly believe that. I don't give a shit if I'm cancelled. I'll be cancelled by the worst people known to man. Is that what you meant, Parkos? Happy to be on the right side of fucking history. Who cares about that, right? Direct communication is important, and I've learned that as I've gone on streaming, and I've got better at that. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it takes a while to kind of work out how to communicate on this platform. I think for me, anyway, it has. Israeli population surveys, Gaza genocide war. Let's take a look. There are lots of bad people. I'm just saying there'll be some. I do not deny that there are some good souls because we literally have somebody on our server who's in Israel and who's like, I fucking hate this place. Like, fuck everything. Fuck every single second of it. I hope Israel fails. They are not even liberal Zionists. They're like, fuck Zionism from the river to the sea. Of course there are. I am arguing that that population is so small. That population is so politically insignificant. It is like completely useless in terms of building a Jesus Christ, a political opposition or political coalition of people who support Palestine. So please keep in note, this is not even like support the war, support ethnic cleansing. Nearly half of Israelis support the army killing all Palestinians in Gaza. All Palestinians in Gaza. Children, 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 everybody. Like, that is Nazi Germany shit. Okay? That is Nazi fucking Germany shit. Hi Polaris as well. At least 180,000 Israelis have emigrated. Anyone good has left. Yeah. And some people have like dual citizenship, and some people will have done that in like selfish means. They just don't want to get drafted and die, but they're still like Zionists. But the Zionists, the anti-Zionists have left. Yeah, exactly. Also, thank you, Project. Sorry. I saw you were saying, and that's important for the context of what we were talking about, that the Soweto uprising was in 1976 and apartheid ended in 1994. Shout out to the fucking liberation heroes of South Africa. But yeah, like, people died that day. There is a really famous, for those who don't know, in the Soweto uprising, there's a famous image. It kind of moves me to tears, of a man running with a child in his arms who's been shot by the police, the apartheid police, the Nazis, right? And like, the point being made there is it took several decades afterwards for the apartheid regime to crumble. Nearly half of Israelis support. 47% of Israeli Jews. So this is because the Arabs have answered differently. Here, 82% of Israeli Jews supported the forced expulsion of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. 82. And 72% of Israelis, so that includes Arabs, right, support the plan to exile Palestinians. Yep, 82%. Yep, thank you. That's from Genocide Watch. Like, that's ridiculous. So what, you have like 10%, 15%, 20% of libs being like, we should do the UN peace plan and not genocide them and not ethnically cleanse them. This is my point. The political paradigm is one of objective Nazi-esque like hatred for Palestinian people, which I think is like Norm is also simultaneously trying to get people to realize that as well. So I think it's in conclusion, I think it's important to call it both a war and a genocide. And I do understand, Recorder, when you were saying to call it just a war does leave out the reality of it being incredibly skewed. It's like Yemeni folks, Iranian folks, a couple of other like countries who've supported Palestine directly with military support, which is illegal, and I'd never allow that because that's illegal in this country and that's naughty. That I'm making an observation about geopolitics. Thank you very much, Mr. MI5. Making an observation, not saying, whatever. But they do not have the military capacity to defend their population. They are being genocided. My mum says that she was there as a kid for the Soweto uprising. Goddamn. I wonder if I can find the image. Should be the first things that comes up. Yep, literally. Yep. Horrific. Okay. So.
A battle. Have you heard of a single battle in Gaza? I haven't. I follow it every day.
Electronic Intifada does a decent job of covering some of the ascetic on the ground resistance elements. But you're right.
It's not aesthetic though, Hassan. You are wrong there. But is it a conflict that is, by and large, incredibly difficult for the Palestinian resistance because of the technology that's deployed? Yes. There will be another world war against fascism. I think it's inevitable. This is why America crushes every socialist project with such overwhelming cruelty. They know they are ideologically weak. I don't think there'll be a world war against fascism. I think there will be an inter-imperial war. But explain what you mean, I suppose, because we could be speaking about loads of different
not
things.
like a real battle.
I believe it's fantasy.
Yeah.
And the problem is, it's not just fantasy. It feeds the Israeli propaganda.
It does,
because
yeah.
they can keep saying Hamas is not yet disarmed. We won't leave Gaza until Hamas is disarmed.
Yeah.
And you give them a pretext. You give them an excuse to protract the genocide. So there, I believe, that's one misunderstanding of the nature of the conflict in Gaza. And there was a second, but just...
I get your point. The indigenous resistance to colonization in Australia is also recognized as a war called the Frontier Wars. Genocide and war aren't mutually exclusive. Indeed, and we know there are many indigenous groups that a place to put up resistance as well, right? Globally. Remember when they were 25 or 26 IOF wiring up a building for demolition? And a resistance fighter popped up out of a hole with an RPG. I do. I do. No comment. No comment, MI5, GCHQ, no comment.
Where I believe that you have to get the language right to understand what happened there.
It's always been an ethnic cleansing campaign from the Nakba onward. And even before that, pogroms here and there. It was always settler colonial ambition. And
I would say that there, as I say, I agree with Benny Morris.
Yeah.
The idea of transfer was inevitable.
Yeah.
Now, there were periods when they were willing to settle with confining the population, keeping, as I said, to keep as much of the land and as few of the people.
Yeah.
What made October 7th different was Israel changed its strategy. Its strategy up until October 7th was, and they're very open
mowing
about
of the
it.
lawn.
Yeah, was mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
Periodically, they'll go in and remind the natives who's in charge.
Yeah.
Or even just use Gaza as an excuse for various other goals they had. But after October 7th, they decided now we're going to solve the Gaza question.
Yeah.
And solving the Gaza question was very clear. They were very clear about from day one. They were going to, instead of mow the lawn, they were going to extirpate. For your listeners, extirpate is the fancy word for pull out by the roots.
Yeah.
They were going to extirpate every blade of grass in Gaza. And that meant including the 1.1 million children. And that was their goal. And then their means,
I do think that this
their
is
method
true.
of carrying out this massive ethnic cleansing, the means was genocide.
Hi, Nuru. You're coming in a bit of a heavy convo. We're talking about
The
Palestine.
civilian population for this.
I want to add something to this because I think he's left out a bit something important.
Emptied out of its Arab.
Shit, I've just lost
Can
it
I
though.
ask you something
Wait,
about October
come back,
7
brain.
and-
Come back. This is it. Simultaneously, at the same time, the Palestinian liberation, like the consciousness around Palestinian liberation, is fucking ginormous. And the wider, let's say, the wider internationalism towards Palestine is at its peak at the moment. And I want to show you something again. I speak about Ireland just because I know that I know it the most. There is 2 Bloody Sundays. Bloody Sunday in Ireland. Not the 72 one. I want to say like 06 or something. 1921. No. Oh my God, there's 3 bloody Sundays? I didn't know this. No, I'm not talking about this. It's in Dublin. Dublin. I think maybe, I mean, Neuro has a bunch of additional health needs, so I think it might be that their body needs it right now, you know? Western imperialism is losing its ability to steal. They cannot allow any socialist alternatives to flourish, or the cost of administering the empire explodes. Do you think this is why they're like, we're gonna fucking murder Cuba? And it's like, quite recently, they're like, Cuba is the epicenter of communisms. It's making all the gay drug communisms. Hi, Ray. Hope you're well, my love. Thank you for popping in. Other power blocks will be drawn into the conflict to protect their interests. The resource wars that we wargamed and prepared for start now. I think, yes. Hi, Audra. Welcome in, my love. I hope you're well. Can we get a shouty for the lovely Audra, please? I want to bring this up because, yeah, okay. I've told you about the history of Ireland and how many fucking setbacks we had. The Dublin lockout was basically loads of people went on strike, 20,000 workers, because initially the liberation movement in Ireland was socialist. Fucking shout out to the kings and queens and emperors of like my forebears of this era. Thank you for helping us liberate Ireland. I'm not even fucking memeing. This is oft forgotten, this era. Because ultimately they lost long term, which is really sad. But anyway, it was around unionization. This is a part of when Britain was occupying us, and simultaneously a lot of young men were being taken out of Dublin and the whole of Ireland, actually, and forced into fighting in World War One. And the project in terms of industrialization in the colony that was Ireland at the time by the Brits was for the war machine. It was not for the people there. So Central, yeah, they wanted to unionize. They wanted to resist this. It's really important for you to understand this. Loads of people died that day. Loads of fucking people died. These were civilians. God, it's such a fucking horrific time. And this was a form of resistance. The Irish Labour Party came out, proper Labour, and they tried to resist, and they were met with violence. And I need you to understand something. Internationally at the time, the fact that the police, where is it? The police fired on unarmed workers. It doesn't have the amount of deaths here. I think it was a couple of hundred people died. People in Britain, people all over heard about this, including people in the Imperial Corps, right? In Britain, heard about this and were fucking horrified. So what I'm trying to encourage is you thinking of the Palestine as this. It was, at the time, a loss for the labour rights movement and the liberation movement in Ireland. People were killed and sent home. It was harrowing. It's oft not a story that we speak about in Ireland because we had a civil war and the fucking Conservatives won. So they get rid of this very important socialist history that we need to know. The working men and women and MBs of fucking Ireland, who are the people who fucking died for this country, okay? A free fucking Ireland. The cause, the international cause and movement surrounding Irish independence grew massively from this. massively in terms of consciousness and material support for the liberation movement, and is connected. I think that this is an equivalency to a certain extent with what is happening in Gaza right now. The resistance is on a back foot. They are materially have put up a valiant fight, but it's really fucking hard when your opposition can carpet bomb everybody and has the empire, the evil empire, America, bankrolling everything and is never held accountable. So simultaneously support for Palestine, if not materially yet in terms of guns, I think is at the highest it's ever been. And keep on hold the line, as it were. Keep on demonstrating your aggressive, loud, conditional support in the way I've done today. Fucking call Israel a genocidal piece of shit country. Talk through people. Don't when it comes down to it, the people who have to do the discussions with both, Israeli officials and Hamas are not us. So we don't have to be concerned with that nuance, right? From outside, we just shout about free fucking Palestine. And at some point, I have to be careful with how I say this. How to say? At some point, materially, the liberation does need to be supported. It's probably the only way I can say that. The good news is our war games were for 1990s and drones make most of these planned worthless. Socialists may have a chance. I'm not like an ONS type person. I couldn't tell you what Cuba is like in terms of the capacity, military infrastructure. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense to folks. Thank you for holding out as well for Norm, who I know. Yeah, not my favorite cup of tea as well, but I wanted to do that too. I did want to bring him up, even though I gave loads of preamble about how I think he's also a piece of shit. How that is a important discussion. Okay. We're going to look at something in a second. I'm just going to the bathroom. We're going to look at Kashmir, and then we're going to raid out. We're going to raid to Struggle today, who is going to Cuba soon. Okay.
Activate the mosques.
Oh my god, it's the mosques. Jihad, bitch. We didn't have a chance to look at RFK. I don't have time. Sorry. I spend a lot more time on things than I plan on. Socialist workers. Kashmir. No, it's not socialist workers, sorry. Socialist Party. Kashmir. Yeah, this is it. So, there is a resistance happening inside Kashmir. I'll show you where Kashmir is so you know. I'm learning about this as well. Arun is better to learn about. So, yeah, China, Pakistan, and India basically, it intersects in the region. I don't think that China is... God damn it. I just wanted to show that map. I don't think that China, as far as I'm aware, I'm happy to be corrected on this. I believe that the genocidal actors in this are India and Pakistan. Show me a fucking map, you pricks. It looks pretty. There we go. No. Yes. There. So India, Pakistan, and this bit here is China. That bit here. Jammu, Kashmir, Gilgit, Balti. Yeah. And there is basically the... I'm such a peptide bro. Oh, God. Let me bring up something so that I can show you. And I want you to sort of equate the Palestinian liberation to what's happening in Kashmir, if that makes sense. I just have to go back through a bunch of stuff that I didn't get to talk about. Where did I put it? Okay, Fuck, I can't find it. Just give me a second. I think it was that. Maybe I put it in a different section in the Discord. Fuck. Okay. There's like a big resistance movement happening in Kashmir now. It might come up if I search. And the police fired on them. Pakistan students flood Islamabad backing the Kashmir protest. That's cool. British Kashmir stays shoe protest. Based. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 20 killed in Pakistan-administered Kashmir after election violence.
At least
the police basically shot people, murdered them. Kashmir is a like ethnically independent region and should be autonomous and isn't, and simple as that really. Pakistani or Indian governments oppress them massively. There's acts of resistance against both governments by armed actors who are very naughty.
20 people have been killed in Pakistan-administered Kashmir after security forces fired guns and tear gas at protesters. The violence in the city of Rawalakot follows accusations of vote rigging during the first phase of regional elections. Voting's now ended across 13 constituencies, and turnout's reported to be low after calls for a boycott. Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider's following the story for us from Islamabad. Kamal says security forces firing on demonstrators, mounting casualties following accusations of vote rigging. What's the immediate situation on the ground after the first phase, Kamal?
Well, Neve, it's important to note that the protest in Rawalakot has been going on for a number of weeks because of their demands, and of course that protest has been time and again checked by the security forces, who have resorted to tear gas and of course also using live munitions. However, the election...
it does feel like that, Princess. Whoa. It feels like the rich and powerful do. Let me put it that way.
Where the election took place on Monday, the turnout, of course, was very low. The mainstream political parties...
It would be.
It would be. Parties here in Islamabad
because of drones.
Each other of rigging. Ironically, many people here will tell you that.
Pretty sure the Iran conflict has shown
allegations
that as well.
Rigging. So that election was separate. However, because of the violence that happened on Monday evening, The protest was called in Mirpur, where the elections were held yesterday. The city itself remained peaceful, and some of those protesters came to Mirpur to ask the shopkeepers to put down their shutters because of the excessive use of force that they accused the security forces of. They were fired upon, and so we had casualties now.
Yeah. The protesters have been shot. That's the way I have heard it described. Is like literally like the Pakistani government and the Indian governments here act like they're motherfucking like Israeli shit. Do you know what I'm saying? They just fucking murder people.
You say, Kamal, turnout was low, probably understandably given the violence, but how does all of this affect the overall credibility of the vote completely?
Well, as far as Pakistan is concerned, many people here will...
I have a friend that doesn't pay attention to politics. She didn't even know the Epstein files. She seemed happy. Yeah.
Not made by the voter.
It's just not my nature to put my head in the sand, but yeah, I'm sure she is. Probably focused on like the nice little joyful things in life, of which there are still.
We are told that this election in Kashmir is going to be in 3 phases because of the security situation. The first phase is complete. The PMLN, which is Nawaz Sharif's party and which is the ruling party, scored 9 out of 13 seats. The People's Party came second to that. They, of course, then accused the PMLN of rigging the election. The next phase is going to be on the 2nd of August. That will be in the provincial capital, Muzaffarabad.
So that was yesterday.
These protesters from Rawalakot are threatening to march on Muzaffarabad. Of course, that is why they're being
I'm just trying to think of my backup plan for leaving. I need to get into remission so I can fuck off to Norway. I literally will gut fish for a living to just get the fuck out of here. Right. Yep, I agree, Donna. It's not that I want that person to be unhappy, but we need people power, man. Okay. Socialist Party of Wales. Played Socialid Cymru. Sorry, Donna. I tried. Okay. This is actually about, Kashmir. I'm looking at Canada. From my understanding, Canada's pretty shit as well. Norwegians are very outdoorsy people. Moren min er norsk. My mum's Norwegian. I spent a lot of time in Norway. Yeah. It is, I'm very sick at the moment. I'm under a lot of treatment, and if I get back in remission, I am fucking off up some Norwegian mountains, that's for sure. But first trip will be to Scotland with Othello to meet Dan. Thank you, Leona. Got my back. Why aren't you asleep, Leona, or have you just woken up? We're mostly subtle with our races. Yeah, Canadian people here can kind of explain things, but I don't think that Canada is much better. Might be less overt, like Ninja says. Might be better to look elsewhere, but yeah. Or stay and fight. Stay and fight. You know? We're convinced that low tech will get in an armored people carrier, or would make the APs. That is one way that you can. You won't get scooped up by ICE and sent to El Salvador. Okay. So that's the... I guess it depends then if you're somebody who is of immigrant background. Princess could be. And that could be, yeah. Before... Good. I'm glad. I am glad. Get yourself to sleep right now, goddammit. Okay. Kashmir Socialist Party. There was an explanation of... Yep. Ignore this political party, they're cunts, but this is probably going to be good analysis until it talks about... I'm back, fuck work indeed. On that note, guys, I'm sad. I'm not going to be seeing you until the weekend now, because I've got to work for all of August, innit? Got to work 4 days a week. Shit, I better check something. I've just realised, oh my god. I think I've left someone on red for... How many days? many days. Uh-oh, 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 oh god. Oh god, oh god. No, thank fuck. Thank fuck. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm doing a consultancy. I really need the money. I'm down to 2-3 days a week streaming. I'm sorry. I really need the fucking cash. Especially as today, the fucking, like, basically the people that give disability are like, fuck you. No, you get nothing. I will take them to court. But it's it's just like, you have to constantly fight them. And it is very frustrating. Okay. 2 nuclear-armed states, India and Pakistan, are threatening to go to war over the divided region of Kashmir. That was before. Kashmir is like right now. As we saw, having loads of protests. Kashmir, located high in the Himalayan mountain range, is home to 15 million people. The threat of war is a bitter legacy of the British Empire and the partition of India after the Second World War. The imperial administration, known as the British Raj, uses divide and rule to maintain control of India. They try to incorporate sections of India's wealthy classes into the administration and stoke sectarian divides amongst Muslims, Hindus and Sikhs. I've done 2 assessments, Donatella. They're like, you can travel wherever you want. I'm like, that's a lie. Like, they just lie. They lie on the forms all the time so that I don't get any fucking help, basically. Good morning, Lossu. How you doing, my love? Can we get a shouty for Lossu? Please go give Lossu some love. They try to incorporate sections of India's wealthy classes into the administration and stoke divides amongst Muslims, Hindus and Sikhs. As demands for independence grew in the 20th century, the British pushed divide and rule to undercut resistance. Sectarian divisions reached into the independence movement. The main nationalist force in India was the Indian National Congress, led by Jawaharlal Nehru. Sorry. I tried. Nehru. Although Congress was nominally secular and liberal, often appealed to Hindu rhetoric, it failed to appeal to poorer Muslims for both class and religious regions. And that's true long term as well. Congress politicians calculated that they would be better rid of most of the Muslim population rather than having a united India. The British Empire was forced to leave India in 1947, but partitioned it into Hindu-majority India and Muslim-majority Pakistan. Millions of people were forced to move as they found themselves on the wrong side of the border or faced persecution as minority populations. Hundreds of thousands were killed in communal violence, and the slaughter was entirely avoidable. It was partly fueled by the Muslim League's party's insistence that Muslims and Hindus needed separate states. But many Congress leaders accepted partition. They feared that the alternative, a mass movement against the British, could overcome communal divisions and it would be outside their control. Literally same shit happened in Ireland, where like the fascists in Ireland were like, we want a liberation, but we want it in our terms, so we'll work with the Brits. Like literally. Black-faced MP? Is that Justin Trudeau who did that? Or is there more? During the days of the British Empire, Kashmir was ruled by a Hindu prince, but with a population largely made up of Muslim peasants. Kashmiris at the time of independence largely did not want to be part of Pakistan. Sheikh Abdullah, the leader of the independence movement in Kashmir, was a secular socialist. Sorry, I've been on for a really long time now, 6 hours. He rejected a Pakistani state dominated by landowners, as he thought joining it would stand in the way of reforms, but many doubted Kashmir should join a majority Hindu India. Kashmir's then ruler, Prince Hari Singh, prevaricated over considered what decision to take. In the end, it was decided for him. In the months after partition, guerrillas backed by Pakistan invaded Kashmir. Singh agreed to join India to allow Indian troops to invade and repel them. What's Azadi, Crescent? You're American Pakistani, right? You can explain a bit of this as well. Do you speak for your country right now? Speak for your crimes. I'm joking. But you will know more about this than me. That's for sure. I've read one book on this. That book was sold to me by the lovely streamer So Freely. Azadi means freedom. Okay. Kashmir's ruler. Ordinary Kashmiris had little say in a decision that was made by an unelected monarch and his allies in the British state. Thank you for following. They were offered Article 370 of the Indian Constitution that gave Kashmir special status. Nehru promised Kashmir that a decision on their future would be put to the people at a later date. This referendum never came. In 1949, the United Nations brokered a ceasefire deal that would establish the line of control. The majority of the population was left on the Indian side. Today, Kashmir is divided between three powers, mainly India and Pakistan, and two smaller regions that are controlled by China. In the decades following partition, many Kashmiris have pursued a strategy of working through electoral politics. In 1951, Abdullah's National Conference made huge electoral gains and wiped out pro-Pakistan candidates. He implemented reforms that benefited peasants and took away privileges of landlords. Him and his supporters... Yo, this guy seems based. By the way, he implemented reforms that benefited peasant farmers and took away the privileges of landlords. Crescent, is this guy cool? Neoliberal hell to neoliberal hell, indeed. Indeed. I have an American chatter considering moving to Canada. I mean, you will just have to explain Canada. Basically, Lossu lives in Canada as an indigenous. I think you live in Canada, right? Forgive me if I'm wrong. And yeah, for indigenous people, it's not fucking great there either. Right? It's one way of putting it. Sorry, what was his name? Abdullah. Where's your name, mate? Abdullah Singh. No. Bitch. Wait. I'm getting lost. Sheikh Abdullah, the leader of the independence movement. I want to move to Ireland. I might be able to get citizenship by genes. That's weird. I'm Irish. It's via your grandparent. It doesn't have to be your genes, though. You could be adopted. I want to move to Ireland, but it was my great-grandfather that was born there. Yeah, you can't, sadly. I have a feeling they'll change this law as well. If you mean by your family, just say your family. Genes is like... Yeah, I don't like that. There's no magical Irish gene that makes you Irish. Controversial, I know. It's in the heart and soul of every... I mean, obviously there is the ethnicity of an Irish person. I don't know. I don't like that way of saying things. Ireland doesn't exist. More leftist news here. Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking, and I'm not denying a particular genetic makeup, but it's more like, is you Irish though? I hope they change the law to allow great-grandchildren. I hope they don't. Sorry, mate. Much sympathy for your plight. Stay the fuck away from Ireland, Americans. You're already buying up all the property, and we've already got a colonized government full of American capitalists. I don't want that to be a problem anymore. I'm really sorry. Like, I just don't take it personally. No. Absolutely not. Don't want you that. Yeah, exactly, style. You can celebrate your Irish heritage far away. I don't even live in Ireland. You can celebrate your Irish heritage somewhere else. I'm sorry, Americans. Just like in Ireland, we pandered to you and your money for so long, and now we're colonized again. So I know it's not you. Don't take it personally, but you have lots of money and you're just going to buy up all the property in Ireland and make it even harder on Irish people. Irish is when we die bit green. Yeah. Oh no. I think I upset Project. I'm sorry. But I just need to be transparent. I'm being honest. People don't appreciate that honesty. See, this is where me and Kel, and it's because I'm diaspora, so I was adopted out of Ireland, basically. And I'm an Irish citizen by birth. And I got my passport a couple of years ago. I know I don't sound Irish. It's because I was raised in Britain. And I probably, because I'm like sensitive around that, right? I was taken from Ireland. I'm like, no, plastic paddies can fuck off. And Kelt's like, you got to sort out the diaspora. And I'm like, oh, fuck me. It's like 90% Americans. And no, I don't want to, you know? No, sorry, Princess Mouse. Sorry. I read your name as Project Mouse. Princess Mouse, I do mean it though. Don't take it personally. But yeah. It's Gaelga. Sorry, love. Gaelga is the language. Gaelic is Scottish. No. No, I did not. And it's really hard. It's really hard. I've tried learning and I literally find Chinese easier, which says a lot. Fuck you, ancestors. Why do you make our language so goddamn hard? No. Hover over my Irish heart. My Irish heart. Hover over the Irish heart. Yes, it is. I already said that. I said we don't support them. Still a good summary. It says it. Gaelga. If you hover over it, Gaelga. That's the way it's spelled. Okay. There is increasing frustration amongst ordinary Kashmiris around government corruption and Abdullah remained largely popular for decades. Whilst Kashmiris raged against oppression from India, they did not want to join Pakistan. Pakistan's forces found out that in 1965 when they started a war in the hope of sparking a rebellion. But Abdullah's strategy also faced limitations. In the late 70s, he was prepared to make peace with the Indian state. There was increasing frustration amongst ordinary Kashmiris around government corruption and unemployment. They faced the Indian state's erosion of Kashmir's special status and its imposition on the repealed states of emergency. By 1989, there was a huge movement against Indian repression and for the reunification of Kashmir. At one point, 1 million people marched after the Indian army killed protesters in the region's capital, Srinagar. It's not that it's hard, it's just we've all been dumbed down from the US bastardizing a language to keep them poor. I mean, I appreciate you, Lossu, and I know that you're trying to be a friend. Why don't we finish today? We will do some Duolingo. We'll do some Irish Duolingo. Okay? That will be fun. All really hard. Really fucking hard. Look, that's me learning some Chinese. Washi Yingwin. Irish. I couldn't even fucking start it, okay? Properly. So most guerrilla fighters were fighting for an independent Kashmir, but Pakistan has also armed some Islamist groups. India launched a vicious campaign of counterinsurgency that treated every Kashmiri as a potential fighter. The Israel and Sri Lankan approach. It used torture, rape, mass arrests and rig elections. Through the 90s, India killed 70,000 people. God damn. Indian researcher Angana Chatterjee illustrates the horror with one story of a mother being forced to watch her daughter being raped by soldiers. Fucking hell. When she pleaded that she couldn't watch, the soldiers fulfilled her wishes by shooting her in the head. Jesus Christ. Rising imperial tensions made the situation more dangerous than ever. The US looked to India as an ally and a counterweight to the influence of China. Kashmir is amongst the most militarized regions of the world. Hundreds of thousands of Indian troops and security personnel are a permanent presence. Remind you of anything? Remind you of anything? Is that from when England invaded? Do you mean the reason why I don't speak Gelga and the reason why I was adopted is the British Empire? Yes. That's why Irish people now mainly speak English, yeah. And the strategy when we got our own independence back was a bit flawed in terms of teaching a language. Quite a different language. It is, I guess, not etymology. Someone will know this. Is there a fancy word for, like, where languages come from in language trees? But it is not from the same, like, trees, like German and English and French, which are, like, feel at least somewhat similar, right? Like, even when I learn bits of Norwegian, it feels like I am speaking a language where somewhere, something along, like, the lines had some similarities. Root, maybe, yeah, the root and the origin of the language is not French or ancient German or shit like that. It's a Celtic language. Linguistics, I mean, I guess. I just wonder if there's a particular word for it. Fighters were pushed further towards looking to Pakistan by the murderous actions of India. Armed groups increasingly adopted Islamist politics that alienated secular opposition forces and the region's Hindu and Buddhist minorities. Etymology is words, though, isn't it, Ninja? As opposed to language. But I could be wrong. Hi, Junebug. India has become more authoritarian under the leadership of Modi's far-right BJP party. We looked at this last week. In 2019, there was a further crackdown on Kashmiri's freedom as Modi suspended Article 370 of the Constitution. This shut down Kashmir's access to the internet and arrested politicians and journalists. Rising imperial tensions make the situation more dangerous than ever. The US looks at it, blah, 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 blah. In turn, China has built links with Pakistan, investing tens of billions of dollars into ports and infrastructure as part of the China-Pakistan economic corridor projects. The escalation of imperialist competition globally makes war over Kashmir more likely. I was asking if what we're reading from India is... Yes, sorry, you missed the start. The territory that is Kashmir, that is should be an independent territory, was split up specifically because of partition, and partition is the direct result of primarily the British Empire and then internal domestic forces that split the regions up in terms of the politics of the time. It was awful. Lossu as well. It's like one of the biggest mass killings of people, I think, in the subcontinent ever. It was horrible, it was bloody, and it is a direct consequence of British Empire. Absolutely, yes. Revolutionary socialists unconditionally supported struggles for national liberation, but there are debates about the way forward for Kashmiris that are not neutral. Thank you for the follow. Partition was accelerated and brought forward much earlier than planned. Am I right in thinking, Style as well, that, thank you for the follow, that your family's from Bangladesh, right? So that was initially East Pakistan, right? So your family was subject to. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong, or if I've overstepped and you don't want to share things with people. Please don't. The ball is in your court. Bangladesh and Indo, South African. Wow. Okay. Gosh, what a rich family history. Legacy of empire. Yes, indeed. Hello, I'm new here and I appreciate your commentary. Welcome in. Thank you very much. I'm trying to be clear, I really am learning about Kashmir. I have read literally one book. I very dum-dum around this. I am not very well informed. I am trying to increase my learning because of seeing things like Kashmir protests that have been happening. There are people that you can watch, Arun, Jason, Sarah, who are the sort of streamers who I think will be able to give you much more nuanced takes. Welcome in, Monkey. Lovely to have you. I like how proud you are of your socialist beliefs and lesbian identity. Keep up the good work, and I hope your channel keeps on growing. Thank you. That's a very nice thing to say. Unless you're being sarcastic, then... Oh. But thank you. You guys can't see it. That's from a different place that I'm streaming. And I'm not allowed to show you. Dart! Yay! That's a very cute flag. I love darts. Darts emotes are absolutely chaotic. I love the gay emotes that Dart has. Really good. Very enjoyable. Welcome in, folks. If you are Dart followers, thank you for being here. I knew Dart from before, but my French is quite poor, I will be really honest. And I was in his stream when he was talking to Cinemarxism. It was a really good stream, but it was also simultaneously quite sad to hear just how obviously the far right is rising in France quite badly, and that the left wingers are on the ropes, as it were, like they are here, you know. I recommend looking into the Durand line of 19... Could you send over anything I could read? I do need to. Streaming for a bit longer than usual, mainly because the wiki, send it on over if you want. If you think that it's relevant and its sourcing is good, wiki is okay. It's only as good as the sourcing, right? And I wouldn't usually use the wiki for something that I can't critically address myself. I don't have the tools. I'm learning about these places. It's a decent intro. Okay, if there are any ways of phrasing things that you think are libbed up or wrong, let us know, yeah? I've been personally looking for better books. Wiki is so politically infiltrated. One place that I would say is really worth actually being super Reddit mod geek is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the fucking dictionary of the world, or what's a better term? The Britannica of everyone's first go-to. So actually fighting for the information that's presented on Wikipedia and the way that things are summarized and the paradigm that it commits to is worth it. Being a internet geek, fedora hat tipping dork on Wikipedia is doing Jesus's work. Thank you very much for the follow. Literally modded by Quantico. IPs in the basement of the... No! Yo! No way, Polaris. That's crazy. I believe it, though. I believe it. Well, there we go. So you're going to be fighting a rising tide. Let's put it that way. Okay. Lock in Kashmir. Revolutionary socialists unconditionally support struggles for national liberation, but there are debates about the way forward for Kashmiris that we are not neutral on. Electing leaders to bring reform has been a popular strategy, but there are always limitations in a strategy that says leaders will bring change on behalf of the people. Others have looked to armed combat. Those who face down the might of the Indian state with their own weapons are immensely brave. But the likelihood of a population of a few million inflicting any kind of military victory against a superpower is remote. Dart has me on screen right now. Hello. Follow for swole woman. Just went over to say hi. Hi. Hi, folks. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What is your schedule at the moment? So, when I'm doing a consultancy this month. So, this month is not great. I'm only streaming Mondays and Saturdays. Monday this time, Saturdays from 3 till late. I might even start a bit earlier on Saturdays just because I'm streaming so little and I don't want my stream to like completely die. But my health does not allow me to stream in the evenings after working. I really need the consultancy job because the government here trying to fucking kill my disabled ass. But you can't. You can't kill me, Britain. Thanks though. Thank you. Hi. Hello. Hello, fellow Euro gays. I hope you win when you sue them. Thank you, mate. Me too. It's very likely I will because I get represented by doctors, and last time I just told doctors what I had and the doctors were like, give her everything right now. Would submit Andy Burnham. That's one way of putting it in it. Ow. Sorry. It's just so strong. So strong. It hurts. Hell yeah, brother. And free motherfucking Palestine, indeed. Thank you for the follows, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Dart. And guys, can we give Dart a shout out as well? Il parle le français dans il stream. I don't know how to say that. Unapologetically leftist and buff. Indeed. And I'm literally a fucking 40-year-old lesbian with a mullet. I just like the greatest gift of aging is that you do stop giving a shit about the things. Like you can stop being your own enemy. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? And whatever gender you are, that can be super nice. super nice. Hell yeah, brother. So yeah, we're just finishing this section. I would raid into you, Dart, but I am gonna raid into Struggle just because he's doing the Cuban solidarity thing, if he's on. Bye. Oh my god. Yes, I'm 39. No worries, if you're around on Saturday, I'll jump in. Thanks. Bye. Au revoir, in it, mate.
The mosques.
Oh my god, the mosques. Oh, Corbyn. Jihad, bitch. Well, I mean, obviously, like, if you saw me IRL, I think you would see
Leona Learns wants you to know
my lovely little laughter lines of the many, many times in this life I have laughed. Okay. Revolutionary socialists. Oh my god, guys. We can get to the fucking end of this, okay? Since the attacks on the tourists at Pahalgam. That's wrong. Don't know how to pronounce that. The Indian media has stirred up lurid stories about them being targeted by violent Islamists. India's politicians are demanding vengeance and blood. That's what happened like a year ago, if you remember. Maybe a bit longer. I can't remember the exact date. The Pakistani state also had to, maybe 2 years ago now, had to drive up division. Army Chief Azmir Munir said that Muslims and Hindus can never live together and Hindus are the enemy. As left-wing journalist Tariq Ali argues, that view is historically inaccurate. The group coexisted for 12 centuries before partition. Losu there's your answer as well. Kashmiris should is Britain. It's always the fucking Brits. Kashmiris, or if it's not the Brits, it's the French. Kashmiris should decide their own future. The only solution for Kashmiris is self-determination, the right of the entire population to determine their future. They must be free from external influence from India or Pakistan or from other imperial powers. Neither rulers of India nor Pakistan offer a solution. Instead, struggles of workers in the poor states should unite people against their own rulers and the national oppression that it cannot offer hope for Kashmir. Okay. The Durand Line is an international border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. It was established in 1893 by the British Indian Empire. Every goddamn time, brother. Every goddamn time! Yeah. Established towards the end of the British-Russian Great Game, which was the pre-USSR Tsarist Russia. It was an imperial power. They were competing for this region. It's permitted arms imports from British India. It's internationally recognized as a western border in Pakistan, but it's largely unrecognized in Afghanistan. Many non-Pashtun ethnic groups in Afghanistan, such as Tajiks, Hazaras, have expressed its recognition. 2017, the Tajik politician Abdul Latif Pedram and his National Congress recognized the Durand Line as the official border, which sparked outrage from Pashtun nationalists. A Hazara politician, Taher Zoran, from the former governor of Bamiyan, said that Durand is an official border and whoever doesn't accept it is irrational. Yo, I would not fuck with this shit at all. That is a brave person to say that in Taliban-run Afghanistan. I will say that. This is why Balochistan isn't an issue. Okay. Thank you. This is a conflict I don't know shit about. But I have been in Arun's stream when he's been talking about it, and I now at least literally know the places that they're talking about. We're going to end with an Irish lesson. Everyone try at home.
Laurim Gaelga.
Oh, fuck me.
Laurim Gaelga. Laurim.
No, I don't.
Laurim Gaelga.
Laurim Gaelga.
Laurim Gaelga.
Laurim Gaelga.
Laurim Gaelga.
Laurim Gaelga. I speak Irish.
Laurim Gaelga Gominic.
Laurim Gaelga go.
Nick.
Mink. Laurim Gaelga go mink. I speak Irish often. Laurim Gaelga. It's okay. This is not the English alphabet. So, like BH is V. So this is what's confusing. When you look at certain words, there's like a phonetic way of saying things, but it does not work in like British. It doesn't work in English. It's not English, so you can't like always pronounce it like it appears.
Gominic.
Well, I'd say Gominic. Gominic.
Laurin she bear la Gominic.
Laurin she. Yeah. So that's an accent. She.
Berla.
Gominic. Laurin she Berla Gominic. Laurin.
Laurian. Berla. She.
Oh, okay. It's grammatically different. Laurin she. Berla Gominic. Laurin she Berla. It's like speaking him is speaks him English often is the transliteration. Okay. He speaks English often.
Laureen.
Laureen, she,
Berla. She.
she,
Berla.
Berla, go Minnick.
Laureen Sheed.
Laureen Sheed.
Sheed.
See, there's no H. It's pronounced differently.
Sheed.
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 They speak.
Laurien si Frankes.
That's got to be French. What's C?
Frank. Si.
She. Laureen si.
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 Frankes.
Frankish. She speaks French. I forgot. That? She'd. Yay.
Laureen Sean Frankish.
Laureen Sean Francis. Sean speaks French?
Laureen Spanish. Laureen Spanish.
Speak Spanish? I speak. Oh, Laureen. Oh, it's
Laurien si
different.
Berla.
Labrainon Siad Berla?
Berla.
Berla. I wonder where that comes from. Berla for English. Like, I wonder what the etymology of that is. Berla.
Si.
She.
Laurien.
Laureen. Berla.
Berla.
Where would you guys like to go? Oh, we're going to struggle. Never mind.
Sheed.
I don't know. Lemon? Okay. Cafe.
No.
No.
Limoud.
Limoid. It'll be a new word, right? It's time to do my homework.
Laureen Sheed.
Thank you. They speak Irish. Lauren Shade Gaelga. Hold on.
Laureen Sheed Gaelga.
Gaelga. Lauren. She.
Si. Frankes.
Frankish. Go. Minnick.
Minnick.
Oh my god. Lauren.
Laurien. Si.
Berla.
Berla.
Go Minnick.
Minnick.
Laurenon.
Laureen.
Lauren. She.
Si.
Francis.
Frankes.
What the hell is every morning? I have no idea.
Gach.
Gach.
Martin.
Martin. Okay, that was a guess. That was a guess. I'm not going to lie to you. Okay, I'm basically fluent now. I never have to do that again. Right? Right? Okay. Thanks everyone for today. Bearing with me with some technical issues at the start. I'm going to snooze that ad. Right. Oh, what a moment for that track to come up. Celtic from the new Tetris. So we've got a raid. We're going over to Struggle, who is this week being a part of a flotilla that is sending things to Cuba. Wait, is he on? No, don't tell me he's not on. No! No! Struggle, no! Is he on? Yes. Yes, he is. He is. I found him. Okay. Go have lots of fun, folks. I'm gonna get some fresh air. Okay, go enjoy yourself. Gosh, I'll see you in chat, and now I won't see you back till Saturday. Sag. Look after yourselves, everyone. Thanks for hanging out.